Before the Jedi Code, before the Sith creeds, before the wars that fractured the stars, there were the Jed'aii. They were not warriors, not yet. They were wanderers, pilgrims of the invisible. On the sacred moon of Jedha, beneath twin suns and dust-choked wind, they built 9 temples, sanctuaries of reflection, not control. These temples stood in silence, etched into mountain and ice. They bore names such as Ashla and Bogan, light and shadow, peace and fury. But none ruled the others. The Jed'aii believed that wisdom lived at the center, in the place where tension balanced between extremes. They called it the way of balance. To walk the way was not to deny darkness or to cling to light. It was to understand both, intimately, humbly, and to know when to yield, when to resist, and when to let go. Their philosophy was older than Republic memory, passed down in firelight and frost, carved into walls by those who meditated on stillness while stars were yet young. Training began young. Children would be taken to the icy fields outside the temple of Maharakesh, blindfolded and told to listen, not to sound, but to the movement within the Force. Others would walk desert canyons for days without food or voice, listening for visions in the howl of sandstorms. The Jed'aii believed mastery was not conquest of the Force, but surrender to its rhythm. And in that rhythm, there was truth. But truth, as it often does, made way for ambition. The imbalance did not come with war. It came in whispers, quiet heresies that passed unnoticed through halls and scrolls. There were Jed'aii who questioned why darkness must be feared, why passion must be chained, why the powers within must always bow to the calm. These were not madmen or brutes. They were thinkers, dreamers. The earliest seeds of dissent bloomed not in hate, but in curiosity. One of them was Khalasan Ma, a brilliant initiate once favored by the scholars of Stav Kesh. He was gifted but restless. He asked questions the masters would not answer. He believed the Force held secrets beyond what the Council permitted. He believed Bogan, the dark current, was not chaos, but depth misunderstood. So he went alone. For years, he disappeared into Jedha's southern hemisphere, living among storms and ruins. He walked Bogan's perimeter, meditated in vaults long abandoned. When he returned, his voice was slower, eyes sharper. He no longer spoke of balance, only freedom. He had found something there, he claimed, a clarity, a presence that did not ask for harmony, but offered power. He brought back scrolls no one remembered sealing. He carved sigils that pulsed under moonlight. His students, too, began to change. They did not abandon the Force. They simply began to claim it. They called themselves seekers of the unbound way. They believed the Force was not a river to be crossed carefully, but an ocean to be dived into, wholly. Passion was no longer an enemy. It was a compass. Fear was not a danger, but a teacher. They did not fear falling, for they believed that only through surrender could one become more. The Council responded with ritual exile. Khalasan and his followers were sent to Bogan under penalty of silence. The hope was reflection, penance, return. But something had already broken. Their exile did not soften them. It freed them. There, under broken stars, the unbound way transformed into something else. They began building, deep underground, chambers lined with crystals too dark to reflect. They meditated in stormlight, drew blood in ritual to push the limits of mind and body. Their connection to the Force sharpened unnaturally. Visions came, violent and clear. Some spoke of beings not born in this galaxy. Others dreamed of temples that would rise long after the Jed'aii were forgotten. The Council grew alarmed. Holocrons went missing. Patrols reported disturbances near the older ruins. Some students left their posts and never returned. Then came the day a pair of temple guardians found a stone arch where no structure had existed the day before. Beneath that arch, etched in fireglass, were the words, "The Force does not want balance. It wants becoming." The Council could no longer ignore what was growing in the shadows. In the ancient halls of Calith, masters gathered in silence. Their voices carried weight, aged, thoughtful, burdened by memory. They had seen other fractures before, but never one that breathed beneath their feet. The teachings warned of attachment, of pride, of the lure to tilt toward either Ashla or Bogan. But never had dissent moved with such focus, such structure. The unbound were no longer wandering heretics. They were building something deliberate. A motion was passed. Khalasan Mar and his followers would be stripped of their status. The temples of Bogan would be sealed. No further teachings of the unbound way would be tolerated. The Jedi would preserve balance, but now with law, not only belief. It was a necessary step. It was also the beginning of the first true split. Khalasan did not resist. When the emissaries came, he knelt and surrendered his staff. But his eyes did not yield. "You mistake stillness for peace," he told them. "But the Force is not still. It moves. And it moves through us." He left without a word more, followed by 12 acolytes in crimson robes. They vanished into the deep valleys of Jedha and were never seen again. But the disappearance was not the end. The fractures spread slowly, like a single crack through glass. Students began questioning the old texts, whispering lines that had been banned. Holocrons, once hidden in vaults, began appearing in the hands of those unprepared to wield them. And always, a question lingered in the minds of the young. Why must we not choose? The Force still moved, subtle and wide. But now it stirred with something else. Tension. A current beneath the current. Even the most seasoned masters began to sense it during their meditations. An unease, a shifting of tides. Some described it as the hum of too many voices, all speaking at once. Others simply felt the silence grow too heavy to bear. And somewhere beneath the dust of forgotten catacombs, a new philosophy formed. It had no name, it had no banners, but it carried conviction. It taught that power was not to be feared, but refined. That the Force did not punish passion, it required it. That control was not peace. it was a lie whispered by the afraid. Those who found their way to this teaching often did so in solitude. They had been cast out or wandered too far, heard echoes in caverns no master dared enter. They did not consider themselves Sith, nor even Jed'aii, but they knew the old balance no longer held. It was too brittle, too afraid of its own shadow, and so they chose to fall. But it was not a fall in despair. It was a fall into purpose. From the forgotten lowlands of Jedha, texts began to appear in off-world markets, speaking of techniques lost to the stars. Jedi historians would later call them forgeries, but too many were too accurate to dismiss. Tales of the Force called not light or dark, but will, raw, absolute, and unfiltered by restraint. Meanwhile, on the surface, the Council began purging records. The name Khalasan Ma was removed from temple stones. The unbound way was never spoken of again, but such silence only fed the myth. And myths, when buried, have a way of returning deeper and louder. By the century's end, the Jedi Order had changed. Its robes became more uniform, its temples more guarded. Questions once encouraged became risks. The balance had become fragile, no longer a harmony, but a boundary. And still, beneath all that, the Force stirred. Some say it was reacting to the suppression. Others say it was always destined to divide. But either way, the next generation would not return to balance. They would take sides, and in taking sides, they would tear the sky apart. Jedha's temples, once echoing with silent wisdom, now whispered with unrest. Bogan's moon remained locked and empty, but stories told of figures seen during eclipses, hooded, still, watching. Light no longer passed freely through the halls. It splintered. It bent. The Force itself, once calm, began to ripple. The last of the Jedi philosophers to hold to the old ways wrote only one line before his exile. "In stillness, the Force waits, but in silence, it hungers." His name, too, was lost to the archives, but his words would not be. The archives on Ossus still whisper of a fracture that did not begin in violence, but in fascination. For centuries, the Jedi flourished as guardians of knowledge, shaping their doctrines from the remnants of Jed'aii wisdom. Their temples, grown from stone and thought, spiraled skyward, rich with philosophy, meditations, and songs of the Force. Among these bastions, Ossus stood as a beacon, both academy and sanctum, a place where the Force was not only revered, but studied with fervor. But knowledge, once awakened, can walk paths uninvited. The Jedi of this age were not dogmatic. Their understanding of the Force remained vast, with room for contemplation. Yet, as the Republic expanded and worlds once hidden were charted, new currents of thought began to flow into the temple libraries. Artifacts unearthed from ancient cultures began to tell a different story, of a Force not only wielded for serenity, but also for command, manipulation, and transformation. At first, these discoveries were academic curiosities. Broken texts recovered from Tython hinted at energy techniques that amplified will. Inscriptions from derelict temples on Dantooine spoke of force storms, summoned not in desperation, but as tools of strategic power. Most masters dismissed these as corrupted memories, echoes from lost civilizations whose excesses doomed them. Not all shared that caution. Among the most brilliant minds of the era was Fannius, a charismatic Jedi master whose teachings captivated Padawans and provoked quiet discomfort among his peers. He was fluent in forgotten dialects, adept at binding holocrons others found inert, and believed deeply in challenging the Order's limits, not out of rebellion, but from belief that the Force was deeper than any Council's grasp. His followers grew. They called themselves the Sundered Circle, not out of defiance, but to reflect their pursuit of truths beyond the structured ways of the Temple. They spoke of the Force not in binary, light and dark, but as spectrum, current, tide. To them, restriction was not wisdom, but fear posing as order. It was not long before whispers turned to worry. The Council summoned Fannius, hoping to quell the drift. They questioned his motives, reminded him of the dangers of passion unbound. He listened respectfully and returned to his meditations. But the schism had already begun. In chambers once filled with harmony, unease thickened. Jedi Knights began modifying their training, blending meditative clarity with rituals traced from outsider texts. Padawans asked why certain abilities were forbidden when they brought clarity and strength. Some began using kyber crystals not only for attunement, but for experiments in resonance, tests that twisted their color, their song, their essence. The pivotal fracture came during an expedition to Korbos, a mineral world steeped in echo and ruin. There, a team led by Fannius uncovered a vault unlike any known to Jedi archives. The interior was black stone and metal fused in patterns that seemed alive. At its heart rested a crystalline node suspended in stasis, its energy unreadable by standard Jedi instruments. Fannius claimed the vault predated even the Jed'aii, built by beings who understood the Force as a shaping fire, not a meditative breath. He brought it back to Ossus. The Council forbade its study. The vault was to be sealed. All data recovered from the mission was redacted, its contents locked beneath a containment field. Fannius vanished that night. He did not go alone. 7 Jedi left with him. Some were masters, others recently knighted. They took with them knowledge from the Ossus archives, holocrons bound in silver, and the crystalline node. Its glow now pulsing with a rhythm never before seen. From that point forward, history would know the moment as the first heresy. In the years that followed, the Jedi Order became a fortress of silence. Fannius had not simply departed, he had betrayed. What he left behind was more than missing texts or broken trust. It was a new precedent, that one could reject Jedi truth, not out of madness, but out of vision, and that was dangerous. The Council scrambled to contain the damage. Records of the Sundered Circle were purged from the archives. mentions of alternative philosophies were flagged, and discussions of force manipulation outside sanctioned forms were curtailed. Yet despite these efforts, something had already taken root. All across the Republic, force-sensitive individuals began to surface, unaffiliated with the Order, yet unnervingly trained. Some came from fringe worlds where Jedi had once walked. Others appeared in sectors where Thanius had been seen, moving with conviction, preaching of power unbound by caution. By the time the Jedi tracked his growing faction to Korbos, it was no longer a cult. It was a movement. Korbos had once been a quiet mining world, unremarkable and distant. Now, its surface thrummed with energy fields, and its deep caves were lined with script foreign to any known language. What the Jedi found was not an army, but something worse, a society. Those who followed Thanius no longer called themselves Jedi. They had forged a new name, the Jed'aii, meaning truth speakers in the old tongue of Ossus. Their teachings, they claimed, were the unfiltered essence of the Force, the inheritance denied to them by a fearful council. Their robes were crimson and black, woven not as armor, but as declaration. Their sabers crackled with unstable intensity, each blade a reflection of a crystal bled by deliberate will. They trained in methods the Jedi forbade: memory transfer, pain isolation, emotional resonance used as power rather than weakness. The Jedi called for peace. Thanius answered with a question. Why should truth kneel to fear? The Battle of Korbos lasted 13 days. It was not war in the traditional sense. There were no fleets, no planetary bombardments. It was a contest of philosophies played out in duels across valley floors and mountain passes. Jedi masters fought students they had once trained. Some hesitated. Others did not. By the end, the Jed'aii were broken, but not defeated. The council believed they had ended the heresy. The bodies were counted, the relics burned. The surviving heretics were exiled, cast out into the unknown regions aboard sealed ships, never to return. The Jedi declared the Great Schism over. History would prove them wrong. Thanius was never found. Some believed he died during the siege, buried beneath a collapsed ridge. Others believed he escaped, changing his name and form. Rumors spread that he had taken on a new title, one ancient and terrible: Darth. A word that would soon carry weight like no other. But the greater tragedy lay not in the battle, nor in the exiles, but in the aftermath. The Jedi Order began to change. Where once there was openness, there now stood walls. Questions were tolerated less. Emotional bonds were discouraged with new urgency. Meditation turned from curiosity into protection. Balance, once the center of the Jedi way, now had a shadow. In quiet halls, some whispered that the first heresy had not ended. It had merely gone dark, waiting. That the exiles, cast beyond the stars, would carry the wound with them. And where wounds fester, something always grows. The cracked kyber crystals from Korbos were never reformed. Their pieces remained unstable, vibrating at frequencies that seemed to echo grief. And yet, when buried or cast away, they hummed louder. Jedi healers could not explain it. In time, new initiates would learn of the Great Schism as a cautionary tale. But the full truth, the depth of the philosophical divide, the clarity with which the Jed'aii argued their case, was lost or hidden. And the Force, ever watching, continued to stir. What was once balance had become a question. What was once heresy had become legacy. And what was cast out by the Jedi was not forgotten by the stars. The sentence was exile. No trial, no last defense. The Jedi High Council, reeling from the heresy at Korbos, stood united in one rare act of absolute judgment. Those who had betrayed the Order would be cast out, not slain, not imprisoned, but banished beyond the stars. It was a punishment older than memory, used only once before in ancient times. Yet now, for the survivors of the Great Schism, it was revived with ruthless clarity. The decision was swift. The ships were not prepared for comfort, nor for a return. Small, dark vessels fitted with minimal supplies and no maps, their hyperdrives calibrated only to flee from the Republic's edges. Each held prisoners who had once been Jedi masters, knights, scholars. Now they were something else, something no one dared name. The Exiles boarded in silence, but inside, fury festered. Many had followed Fannius into the shadows with belief, not ambition. They had studied, debated, questioned, and for that, only that, they were branded traitors. They watched the temple spires disappear from the viewports, not with regret, but with the quiet certainty that those who banished them feared what they did not understand. Once in hyperspace, structure disintegrated. The void stretched endlessly ahead, and with it, patience thinned. Some ships lost power, others went dark, their navigation failing, their crews never heard from again. A few held on, grimly pushing forward, fueled by rage, desperation, or sheer instinct. For the surviving exiles, time lost all shape. Arguments became common, power struggles erupted. Some perished in duels sparked by silence. Without Jedi structure, hierarchy dissolved. But something strange began to happen in the dark. New rituals emerged, whispers of ancient Force practices, rediscovered among stolen holocrons, or remembered from forbidden scrolls. Power came not from stillness, but from intensity. The Force in the void felt different. It pulsed heavier in their chests, resonated deeper in their bones. On Coruscant, the Force had been a guide. Out here, it became something else, raw, urgent, untamed. It answered emotion more readily than reason. It craved expression, not contemplation. Acolytes once shaped by the Jedi Code, now trained in private, crafting meditations drawn from anger and will. Sabers were disassembled, then reforged, not to focus energy, but to release it. Colors began to shift. Crystals bled red. Still, their ships remained adrift. Then, a signal pierced the silence. From deep in the unknown regions came a gravitational anomaly. Consistent, rhythmic, like a heartbeat, pulsing through the darkness. The surviving exile vessels followed it, drawn not by coordinates, but by instinct. After years of wandering, their destination revealed itself in fragments. A red star, circled by a world cloaked in rust and shadow. The planet had no name on any Jedi chart, but the Force recognized it. It shivered through every hull, every mind. It called to them, not in language, but in promise. The exiles descended. Ash storms greeted them, coating the landing fields in crimson dust. Towering cliffs lined the horizon, broken by jagged monuments and cavern mouths like wounds in the earth. Strange carvings marked the stone, symbols unfamiliar yet eerily resonant. The air was heavy, not toxic, but thick with history, as if the ground remembered suffering and now asked for more. It was Korriban, though they did not know it yet. The exiles disembarked warily, fanning out across the Red Valley with blades ignited, senses heightened. What they encountered wasn't an uninhabited wasteland, but a planet already steeped in culture, one primitive in tools but potent in power. The natives were humanoid, tall and copper-skinned, with eyes like polished obsidian and markings etched in ash. Their presence resonated in the Force like thunder muffled beneath earth. These were the Sith. At first there was tension. The newcomers were intruders, and the native Sith were not without defenses. They possessed Force sensitivity, though raw and undisciplined, and guarded their tombs, relics, and rites with ferocity. Yet as the days unfolded, the tension did not lead to battle. It led to awe. The Sith saw the exiles' mastery of the Force as divine. Their lightsabers, their command of gravity, of thought and flame, it was miracle made manifest. The exiles, in turn, recognized something rare in the Sith species, an instinctual connection to the darker currents of the Force, honed by generations of survival in Korriban's harsh wilds. Their rituals echoed those lost to Jedi censorship. Their chants mirrored ancient Jed'aii mantras, though twisted into forms that embraced pain, death, and legacy. It wasn't conquest, it was fusion. The exiles became gods to the Sith, and the Sith became vessels for the exiles' ideology. Led by the strongest among them, Ajunta Pol, once a Jedi master, they built temples from black stone, carved from the cliffs that loomed like frozen screams. They taught the Sith how to harness the Force with intent. They constructed libraries of stolen knowledge, writing their new philosophy in blood-red ink. They did not mourn the past. They forged a new identity. They were no longer Jedi. They were Sith. Ajunta Pol took the title Dark Lord, though not in pride. He bore it as a necessary mantle, a symbol that power must no longer serve denial but mastery. Others followed. Sorza Sin, Zosan, Karnes Mur. Each took a role not as servant, but as architect of a rising empire. Together, they crafted the Sith Code, a litany that rejected the Jedi's call to passivity. Where the Jedi preached peace, the Sith embraced passion. Where the Jedi feared anger, the Sith wielded it. Where the Jedi shunned victory, the Sith demanded it. Their code was not poetry, it was truth, carved in scar, and Korriban, once a forgotten tomb world, became the cradle of a new civilization. Under Sith hands, catacombs grew into cities. Tombs became shrines. Entire mountains were hollowed out to house academies where Force-sensitive Sith trained from childhood, not to find balance, but to dominate. Statues rose hundreds of feet tall, honoring the Dark Lords with faces stylized into terror. The planet's surface was never truly tamed. Storms still howled. Ash still fell like snow. But below, in the vaults and halls, the Sith flourished. The Jedi, for their part, believed the Exiles lost to time. They assumed the Great Schism had ended with the disappearance of the heretics. They did not search for them. They did not sense them. Korriban, hidden behind uncharted space and gravitational rifts, remained cloaked by the galaxy's ignorance. But the Sith watched. They learned galactic history from ancient star maps and drifted beacons. They tracked Republic movements through captured scouts and traders. In silence, they gathered knowledge, weaponry, and hatred. They were no longer aimless wanderers. They were heirs to a purpose the Jedi had feared into existence. And all the while, the Force, no longer balanced, but tilted, thrummed in their bones like a war drum waiting to sound. What began as punishment had become transformation. The Exiles had not vanished into nothingness. The void had given them form. The darkness had not consumed them. It had crowned them. And from that crown, a throne began to rise. The stars above had grown silent by the time the Exiles emerged from hyperspace. Their vessels, battered and stripped of markings, coasted into the orbit of a red world that pulsed like an open wound in the void. It had no official designation in Republic charts, just a name passed along ancient Navy computers, etched by explorers who never dared land. Korriban. Jagged ridgelines stretched across its equator, sharp as claws. Its atmosphere shimmered with rust-colored static. There were no cities, no signs of industry. Yet the Force here vibrated in strange, low frequencies. It did not speak. It brooded. The Exiles, still reeling from the war that had severed them from the Jedi, watched in quiet as the surface rose to meet them. These were not conquerors in that moment. They were survivors, bruised by defeat, guided only by the sense that something in the dark was listening. When their ships landed in the dust-choked valleys, they encountered not emptiness, but civilization. The native Sith species, humanoid but distinct, had long dwelled in Korriban's canyons and plateaus. They lived in fortified clans, each ruled by mystics known as Kisai and warriors bred for dominance. Their skin glowed faintly red in the sun. Their rituals bled into the land itself. But what the Exiles felt in them was not culture alone. It was resonance. These people were strong in the Force, though untrained, instinctual, not disciplined. Where Jed'aii saw chaos, the Exiles saw potential, and the Sith saw the Exiles in return, cloaked in armor, wielding impossible weapons, voices laced with the cadence of ancient power. Fear stirred among the natives. Awe followed soon after. There was no great battle. there was recognition. Ajunta, the leader among the castaways, stepped forward not as a conqueror, but as one who had seen both light and shadow. He did not raise a saber. He offered a truth. That strength was not to be hidden, and the Force was not meant to be divided into chains of doctrine. The Sith, with their shamans and bloodline hierarchies, understood. To them, power was heritage. Pal's words were not foreign, they were prophecy. In the days that followed, the Exiles were welcomed into the sacred hollows of the Sith. There, within caves draped in bone-wind chimes and walls carved with spirals, they witnessed old traditions, the binding of souls to stones, the reading of skyfire, the harvesting of storm metal for bladecraft. These were not primitives. They were a people forged in scarcity and strengthened by belief. The Exiles brought new rituals, discipline, meditation, weapon forms honed in battle, and the Sith, eager to learn, absorbed it all. But fusion was not immediate. Suspicion lingered on both sides. Among the Exiles were those who hungered for domination, seeing the Sith as vessels rather than peers. Among the Sith were warriors who saw outsiders as omens of ruin. It was in the tombs that they found shared purpose. Buried beneath the shifting sands of Korriban were relics untouched for millennia, sarcophagi of kings who ruled when the stars were young, sealed chambers lined with crystalline tablets, vaults filled with whispering echoes. The Force was thick in those crypts, not in balance, but in accumulation. Power, old and waiting. The Exiles entered those tombs seeking knowledge. The Sith followed, seeking legacy. What they uncovered changed both forever. The Force was not just a river, it was a well. It could be pulled from, shaped, stored. The dead did not vanish. They lingered, embedded in stone, in artifacts, in ideas that never truly died. Holocrons bloomed to life under curious hands. Crystals shimmered with memory. Here the Exiles did not find ruin. They found inheritance. The Sith species saw them rise from the tombs wrapped in deeper presence. Words had changed them. So had visions. And so, a new hierarchy began to form, not built on race, but on reverence. Ajunta was no longer just a fallen Jedi. He became a teacher, a leader, a lord. Not all agreed. Among the Exiles, fractures deepened. Some sought control over the Sith through fear, others through worship. But Pal remained centered, understanding that control could not be seized by force alone. It must be built into the bones of belief. What they were building was not alliance. It was a new order. The temples came first, massive ziggurats of stone and shadow, etched with both Jedi symbols turned inward and Sith runes too old to be translated. These structures were not just homes for worship or study. They were declarations. The Sith were no longer a tribal people hiding beneath a red sun. They were an order, rising, organizing, evolving. Ajunta oversaw the transformation of the sacred valley. His followers, both exile and native, worked side by side to bind stone and intention. The Force saturated the labor. Blocks moved with thought. Chisels hummed through the air unaided. Time bent around their effort as if the galaxy itself paused to witness what was forming. The valley became a beacon. Sith from distant plateaus and forgotten settlements came to witness the marvels being raised. Some came out of curiosity, others in defiance. A few challenged the newcomers in ritual combat, only to fall, not to death, but to humility. Their defeat was met not with execution, but with invitation. Strength was the only currency Korriban honored. Those who excelled were inducted into the deeper mysteries. The Kisai, once spiritual guides, became overseers of the Force temples. The Massassi warriors were reforged as an elite guard, sworn to protect Sith lords with lives and blood. New hierarchies were drawn, not based on age or heritage, but on command of the dark. It was not a republic. It was not democracy. It was clarity. And so, a doctrine began to take shape. Not the fragmented creeds of the Jedi, with endless councils and arguments. This was simpler, focused, purposeful. The Force was not good or evil. It was will. And to wield it fully, one must shed the illusions of weakness. Emotion was not to be tamed. It was a blade to be wielded. Passion, when controlled, bred strength, and strength commanded survival. These ideas were not spoken as law. They were etched into the walls of every rising temple, into the sabers forged in underground chambers, into the breath of every new acolyte. They were lived. As the years passed, children were born of both exile and Sith lineage. These offspring held hybrid potential, creatures of culture and fury, clarity and chaos. They were trained young. The valley became not just a center of power, but a crucible. Here, you either ascended or were left behind. Among these children was a quiet boy who would one day become a king. His name was Marka Ragnos, and though he remained in the shadows for now, many whispered of the storm in his gaze and the patience in his silence. But that tale was still distant. Ajunta Pal, now honored as the first Dark Lord, withdrew from public command. He knew leadership was only one form of legacy. What mattered more was permanence. He constructed a tomb, not for vanity, but for memory. It was carved deep into the heart of the sacred cliffs, its interior lined with scripture, visions, and silent questions. His sword, the very weapon that had slain Jedi brethren and drawn Sith blood alike, was laid across his sarcophagus, not in triumph, but as a reminder that rebellion had cost everything, but had given more. Others followed. Lords built tombs not only as resting places, but as libraries of pain, power, and warning. Each became a trial. Each taught a lesson to those who dared enter. In time, these tombs lined the valley like teeth, each one a monument to ambition, betrayal, or sacrifice. The Valley of the Dark Lords was born. Meanwhile, beyond Korriban, whispers began to spread. Explorers who brushed the system spoke of sensor blackouts and magnetic storms. Smugglers returned with stories of red pyramids piercing the clouds. A few Jedi masters felt sudden distortions in meditation, ripples in the Force that hinted at ancient echoes. But no evidence pointed clearly. And the Republic, ever focused on commerce and diplomacy, had no interest in chasing ghosts. That silence was a gift. It allowed the Sith to grow. They expanded beyond Korriban slowly, methodically. Ziost became the administrative center of their rising empire. Ships were built not for war, but for preparation. Holocrons were crafted to preserve knowledge across generations. Acolytes were sent to ancient worlds to retrieve forgotten artifacts, seeds of future rituals. They were no longer exiles. They were no longer survivors. They were the Sith. And the galaxy, still bathed in light, had no idea what was now moving in its shadow. Ziost was not chosen by chance. Where Korriban burned under a crimson sun, Ziost was cold, quiet, and calculating. Forests of bone-pale trees swayed in icy winds, and stone plateaus stood like silent judges across the plains. This world, remote and untouched by the Republic, offered what Korriban could not: distance from the tombs and space to build anew. It was here that Ajunta Pal turned vision into structure. Korriban had revealed power. Ziost would refine it. Under his guidance, the Sith people, exiles and natives alike, were no longer nomads or scattered clans. They became an order, not bound by mercy, nor shackled by tradition. They were sculpted by will. Ajunta's command was not enforced by fear. It was reinforced by the knowledge that none matched his clarity. His saber had opened tombs, carved lore into stone, and ended challengers without cruelty. But the blade he would become most remembered for was not made of plasma. It was forged by hand. From the storm mines of Ziost, his followers extracted a rare ore that pulsed faintly under moonlight. Dark steel, it was called. It resisted heat, sang when struck, and seemed to hum with the echoes of those who died near it. From this material, Paul forged a blade, not as a weapon of war, but as a symbol. It took 7 days. The forge was lit with fire touched by the Force. The hammer he used bore no inscriptions, only balance. Each strike was deliberate, echoing through the mountains. The blade did not emerge gleaming, but blackened and sharp, like night drawn into form. When it was done, Ajunta Pal held it up to the Sith assembled before him. He spoke not of conquest or vengeance. He spoke of identity. The Sith were not Jedi who had lost their way. They were not rebels trapped in exile. They were something else entirely. The blade was proof. Here was power crafted, not given. Here was control born of discipline, not suppression. Where the Jedi taught one to ignore passion, the Sith would teach mastery through it. They would embrace conflict not for destruction, but for evolution. The sword was named Saras, the Divider. It would never be drawn except in ceremony, never used for common death. It was a reminder that they had crossed a threshold from which none would return. Acolytes were now initiated not merely through Force potential, but through trials of will. Each test was different. One might be sent into the tundra alone for 7 nights, another made to meditate beside an active holocron of tormenting visions. There were no standards. There was only growth. Paul assigned lords beneath him, each given a sphere of influence: warfare, sorcery, diplomacy, intelligence, and preservation. These lords formed the backbone of the Sith structure. They answered to him not as a council, but as voices beneath a greater silence. The Sith language was revived and refined. Its harsh tones were suited for commands, its gestures for rituals. Every initiate was required to master it, for in language, Paul believed, was encoded thought. And if the Sith were to think differently from the Jedi, their very words must change. Temples rose across Ziost, less grand than Korriban's tombs, but more precise. Their halls echoed not with worship, but with debate, trial, and calibration. Holocrons lined the inner sanctums, each updated with new discoveries. Some were sealed, deemed too dangerous even for the Sith. Knowledge was to be studied, but only when one had the will to confront its cost. Outside, villages grew. Sith-blooded families lived not in fear, but under guidance. They were encouraged to produce children strong in the Force. These children would be trained from infancy. Weakness was not despised, but it was not inherited. If one fell behind, they became servant or laborer. If one ascended, they were welcomed as kin to the blade. Ajunta's presence became rare in public. His time was consumed in crafting philosophies, testing alchemical rites, and recording visions in isolated caverns. He claimed that the Force was not done speaking, only that others had forgotten how to listen. Even among his lords, whispers began to spread. Was he preparing for death or transformation? None dared ask. As Ajunta Pal withdrew into reflection, the Sith Order did not stall. It advanced with purpose. His appointed lords began crafting their own legacies. Darth Akaris, master of the Sith archives, transcribed the earliest Sith code, short, severe, and poetic. It was not a commandment, but a philosophy, etched not in stone, but in action. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. And so on. These were not lines to recite. They were beliefs to live or die by. Each Sith Lord built a sanctuary, a stronghold not only of stone and flame, but of ideology. Some trained assassins. Others hoarded relics of the old Republic or shattered Jedi temples. One Lord, known only as the Architect, vanished into the mountain spines of Ziost and returned years later with a temple that could not be mapped, only felt. Inside, walls shifted to match intention, and intruders were undone not by traps, but by their own thoughts turning against them. Through these acts, the Sith identity deepened. Still, all roads returned to Pal. Even in isolation, his voice reached the Order. He spoke only when necessary, and each word bore weight. Once a lord challenged his authority during a convocation, claiming the Order should be ruled by counsel, not by shadow. Ajunta emerged from silence only long enough to say, "If a council builds the blade, it cannot decide whom it cuts." The challenger never spoke again, not because he was slain, but because he understood. It was during this era that Force alchemy reached its first apex. Using rituals gleaned from Sith shamans and shaped through exile knowledge, the Dark Lords began creating what had never existed: hybrids, constructs, bindings of matter and soul. Some experiments failed, screaming into the void before collapsing. Others succeeded too well and had to be sealed in vaults beneath the frost. Ajunta's focus, however, remained singular: how to preserve the Sith legacy beyond mortality. He began crafting holocrons of impossible complexity, memory devices that not only stored knowledge but responded to the emotional state of the user. One such artifact, known as the Star Cube, required a ritual of intent before it could be opened. Its guardian, a wraith-like figure composed of pure Force imprint, would judge the seeker's conviction. If found lacking, it did not kill. It erased memory. There were no second chances. Meanwhile, whispers of the Sith Order's rise finally reached distant corners of the galaxy. Smugglers spoke of strange patrols in red ships. Explorers went missing near the Stygian caldera. One Republic scout ship sent to investigate Ziost vanished entirely. Its last transmission, a garbled fragment mentioning ruins and lightning. Still, the Republic did nothing. The Jedi, while wary, were focused on internal affairs, rebuilding from civil fractures caused by the schism. They believed the Dark Exiles had perished or splintered into nothing. That illusion was a shield, and the Sith knew better than to shatter it early. Ajunta Pol aged. His voice grew quieter, but his will sharpened. When asked who would lead after him, he did not name a successor. Instead, he uttered a single truth: the blade chooses. Not all accepted this. Two lords plotted to force succession, one by seeking an ancient ritual of transference, the other by manipulating the bloodlines of Sith and exile descent. Their plans clashed. A duel erupted in the lower canyons of Ziost, watched silently by acolytes. Ajunta did not intervene. He merely observed as the strongest remained, and the Order took note. From that moment, the belief crystallized. Leadership would be earned by merit, not appointment. It was not long after this that Ajunta, aged and tired, returned to Korriban. There, among the tombs he had once built, he summoned the highest lords and removed the blade Saras from its resting place. He did not speak of conquest or future wars. He simply laid the sword across an obsidian altar and said, "Let this remain, not for me, but for whoever dares to rise again." With that, he stepped into the inner sanctum and sealed the door behind him. His passing was not witnessed, only felt. Some said he became one with the Force. Others whispered that he lives still, suspended in ritual sleep, waiting for a time of need. What mattered more was this: the Sith were no longer fugitives or scattered rebels. They were a culture, a system, a lineage of fire drawn into blade. The Red World had given them purpose. Ziost had given them structure, and Ajunta Pal had given them identity. The tombs stood older than memory, silent watchers carved into the jagged cliffs of Korriban, their faces weathered by storms and centuries. But the true seat of power had shifted. Further out in the chill wilderness of Ziost, where the wind howled like wounded spirits, a new capital rose in stone and fire. This was no longer exile. This was empire. Marka Ragnos ruled it not by decree, but by presence. His arrival in the Sith courts marked a moment few could forget. Towering, robed in black armor woven with sigils of dominance, Ragnos exuded power like heat from molten ore. Where Ajunta Paul had forged the name Sith, Ragnos gave it myth, turning legacy into faith. The Sith Empire, under his reign, transformed from a confederation of warlords into a spiritual machine. It wasn't merely power that determined one's rank. It was how deeply one communed with the darkness, how completely ambition could be weaponized into faith. Ritual, blood, conquest, and prophecy became indistinguishable threads in one ideology. The Force, now viewed through the cracked mirror of passion and strength, was no longer balance. It was flame. It consumed. Temples rose on every Sith world, massive, humming with dark energy, many of them built upon ancient sites where the red-skinned native Sith had once practiced their own rites. These old teachings were not erased, but absorbed, twisted, reforged. Ragnos believed in honoring the past only if it bowed to the present. On Ziost, at the heart of the capital, he commissioned the great Temple of Shadow, an edifice so large it bent the skyline. Inside, chambers spiraled downward, each layer reserved for deeper initiates. At its lowest depths, the air itself grew thick with dread. A single dark crystal, grown unnaturally from Sith alchemy, pulsed in silence at its center. Few entered those halls and returned unchanged. The Sith Council, once fragmented and fractious, now knelt before him in unspoken order. Ragnos did not demand loyalty. He made defiance seem foolish. Where lesser lords fought petty duels, he stood apart, offering judgment only when ambition risked instability. His cruelty was not random, it was educational. He oversaw the training of acolytes personally in his early reign. He believed in witnessing strength firsthand. Many perished in his tests. Others rose, their minds sharpened by proximity to his presence. Those he favored were marked, tattooed not with ink, but with the Force itself, branding their essence with his recognition. Trade expanded under his control, not just of materials, but of knowledge. Forbidden tomes from ancient Rakatan vaults, captured Jedi scrolls, even whispers of technology that could reshape midi-chlorians. These all flowed through Sith space like blood in a living body. But the heart of the Empire was not its economy. It was belief. The Sith became more than a people. They became a doctrine. To rise, one must destroy. To be wise, one must deceive. To love, one must break. The philosophy echoed through holocrons and tomb inscriptions. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. But unlike future Sith, Ragnos had no interest in distilling these ideas. He allowed chaos beneath order, believing that pressure created diamonds, and diamonds could cut through stars. Outside the Empire's borders, the Republic remained unaware of the storm gathering in the shadows. Jedi archivists believed the Sith to be a myth, ghosts of a long-past schism. Ragnos encouraged this. He kept the Empire cloaked in secrecy, allowing fear and legend to rot the truth. It wasn't time for invasion. Not yet. But even in strength, time whispers dissent. As Ragnos aged, his conquests slowed. He withdrew from open displays, appearing only for the most sacred rituals or most severe executions. Some believed he was preparing a transference, an ancient rite to move his spirit to a younger host. Others believed he had begun speaking with the dead, and that his reign would never end. In truth, Marka Ragnos had begun to see the limits of even the strongest throne. Power was endless, yes, but the vessel was not. And around him, eyes began to sharpen, two in particular. One belonged to Naga Sado, the other to Ludo Kresh. Naga Sado believed the Empire had grown complacent. Power should not be hoarded. It should be multiplied through expansion, through risk, through war. Sado spent years gathering loyalists, absorbing lost lore from the edges of known space, and preparing fleets beneath the surface of Sith worlds. He whispered of the Republic, not as a threat, but as prey. Ludo Kresh believed in preservation. He was no less ruthless, but his vision for the Sith was internal. Consolidation, order, purity. These were his watchwords. He feared that Sado's ambition would awaken enemies the Sith were not yet prepared to face. In private councils, he argued for secrecy, control, and tradition. Marka Ragnos had tolerated both men. Each, in his way, represented a truth the Sith would eventually need. Sado, the blade unsheathed. Kresh, the shield held firm. But Ragnos gave neither favor nor dismissal. His silence became a kind of test. Then came the end. The death of Marka Ragnos did not occur in battle, nor in ritual. He passed into the Force during a solar convergence on Korriban, seated atop the throne carved from the bones of the Empire's first beasts. No poison, no duel, only breath fading beneath chanting stars. The power vacuum rippled instantly. On the red sands of Korriban, even as the flames of Ragnos's funeral pyre licked the sky, Sado and Kresh's followers began to maneuver. Armies were recalled, spies were activated, alliances shifted. The question was no longer who had the right, but who had the momentum. The Council attempted to mediate, but the Sith had never believed in peace. Soon, temples once meant for prayer became fortresses. Holocrons became weapons. Even tombs stirred, ancient spirits rising as if summoned by the tension in the Force. Sado made the first move. He conducted rituals long thought forbidden, merging Sith alchemy with starlight, crafting illusions so vast they cloaked fleets from orbit. He forged alliances with rogue species, offered promises of dominion in exchange for loyalty. To his followers, he was already Dark Lord. He needed only to prove it. Kresh struck back. His forces were precise, efficient, well-trained. Where Sado embraced chaos, Kresh enforced order. His loyalists moved like blades in the dark, eliminating key Sado commanders, sabotaging supply lines, unearthing old Sith weapons buried beneath the crusts of forgotten moons. But ambition has a gravity of its own. Sado, desperate for final legitimacy, devised a bold plan. He would spark a war with the Republic, force the Sith to unify behind him in conquest. He manipulated events across the Outer Rim, eventually using the arrival of two lost hyperspace explorers from the Republic, Gav and Jory Daragon, as the perfect opportunity. Their ship, their ignorance, their very existence became pawns on his board. Ludo Kresh warned against this. He saw the danger clearly. The Republic was vast, and though unaware of Sith resurgence, it was not weak. War now could mean annihilation. He appealed to the Council one final time. But it was too late. The engine had ignited. While the Republic scrambled to understand this new threat, Sado launched a devastating attack. Using his battle meditation, a twisted form of force projection, he commanded fleets with supernatural clarity. Entire systems burned under red banners. Jedi temples shook with warning tremors. But Kresh was not finished. As Sado's forces moved outward, Kresh struck at home, seizing key installations and challenging Sado's authority. Their conflict, now both political and military, tore through the foundations of the Sith Empire. In the end, Sado staged Kresh's death, declaring his own uncontested victory. He had what he wanted, the title of Dark Lord, the empire behind him, and war before him. Yet what neither of them understood, what Ragnos may have seen before his end, was that their struggle had exposed the Sith to a force far older than ambition, consequence. Marka Ragnos had ruled with certainty. He embodied the Sith's dark theology, elevated it into a doctrine of eternity. But like all monuments, his legacy cast long shadows. And in those shadows, the Sith began to devour themselves. As Sado's war spiraled and the Republic's retaliation loomed, the question of Sith supremacy shifted again, not to who would rule, but to whether the Sith would survive at all. For empires built on blood may rise strong, but they always thirst again. And somewhere, in the dust of his tomb, Marka Ragnos remained silent, watching. The tombs of the ancient Sith Lords were never quiet. Even in death, they stirred, restless with echoes of power and of unresolved ambitions carved into the obsidian walls like warnings. In the wake of Marka Ragnos's death, that silence fractured. Ragnos had ruled not by consensus, but by unchallenged dominance. He was the embodiment of Sith unity, violent, devout, and deeply feared. His death shattered the illusion that any one being could hold the Sith together. Within hours of his burial, the Empire's twin heirs, Naga Sado and Ludo Kresh, moved to claim his legacy. Neither would wait for permission. Each saw themselves as the true future of the Sith. Kresh was the traditionalist. He believed in careful consolidation, in protecting the sacred lineages and ancient doctrines that had endured since Ajunta Pal's reign. He ruled with a cold, doctrinal fury, and surrounded himself with loyal houses bound by blood pacts and ceremonial oaths. He preached caution, claiming the Sith were not yet ready to challenge the Republic. Power should be preserved, not spent. Sado, in contrast, saw no future in hiding. To him, the Republic was not a threat, it was a harvest. His belief in aggressive expansion stemmed not from recklessness, but from vision. He saw the Sith not just as a culture or faith, but as a destiny. The Force, he claimed, was waiting to be seized. He aligned himself with fringe alchemists, exiles from the old priesthoods, and the ambitious among the younger Sith houses. For them, tradition was a cage. The division was not ideological alone, it was strategic. Sado stockpiled weapons from hidden arsenals beneath Ziost. Kresh sealed borders and tightened control of hyperspace routes. Each fortified separate tomb worlds, converting sacred ground into military bastions. The spirits of old Sith lords became pawns, summoned in blood rituals to bear witness, or perhaps to judge. What might have remained a cold war of whispers and sabotage turned into open confrontation when Sado made his move. He orchestrated a false flag attack using agents disguised as Republic scouts, slaughtering innocents and framing the Republic for an incursion into Sith space. He brought these falsified events before the Council, demanding a retaliatory war. Kresh knew the ruse. He exposed Sado's lies in front of the assembled lords, but the damage was already done. Many younger lords, eager for conquest and tired of caution, sided with Sado. In their eyes, hesitation was weakness, and weakness was heresy. That moment cracked the Sith Empire. Sado returned to his citadel, emboldened. There, he accelerated his plans, merging forbidden rituals with celestial alignments to empower his battle meditation. In the dark void above Cardelba, he created a beacon through the Force so potent it warped sensor readings and perception itself. It became a throne of illusion and command. Kresh was not idle. He rallied what houses remained under the banner of order, striking deep into Sado's territory. His fleets were methodical, precise. He deployed traps hidden beneath asteroid fields, mined forgotten supply routes, and raised unaligned temples before they could declare loyalty to Sado's faction. In response, Sado unleashed horrors once entombed by decree. Biological weapons derived from ancient Sith spawn were reawakened. Planetary storms were summoned to destroy surface strongholds. Even time-warping relics, forbidden by the first Dark Lords, were brought into the open. Their war scarred the Sith worlds. Ziost bled from its polar caps. Ash fell like snow over the dead valleys of Ashus Re. Entire bloodlines were erased in fire, and temple cities once filled with chants were reduced to craters filled with static. And yet, despite the destruction, both claimed to be preserving the legacy of Ragnos. One sought strength through fire and conquest. The other sought purity through restraint and control. The Council, fractured and increasingly irrelevant, became a stage. Each lord, still standing, pledged allegiance to one side or the other, or remained silent, hoping the war would burn itself out. But the tombs were not silent, and the dead, though long buried, began to awaken. In the silence of the Valley of the Dark Lords, ancient tombs stood beneath twin moons, their spires worn by time and whispering winds. It was here, among the dead, that the future of the Sith would be decided. For while the galaxy turned slowly above, Naga Sado had set a trap that would decide everything. Rumors reached Kresh that Sado had died. His own spies, some paid, others deceived, confirmed the report. A ritual gone wrong, a fortress swallowed in dark fire. Eager to finish the war and claim absolute control, Kresh led his fleet toward Kar Delba, ready to seize the false lord's territory. He expected ashes. He found resistance. The death had been staged. The fire summoned. And the moment Kresh's fleet emerged from hyperspace, Sado's armada uncloaked from the shadows of surrounding moons. It was a slaughter. Battle meditation twisted perception. Kresh's ships turned on one another, believing them to be enemy vessels. Missiles drifted off course. Command bridges were clouded in hallucination and doubt. But Ludo Kresh did not die easily. Though ambushed, he rallied what ships he could and broke through the outer ring of Sado's fleet. With a precision honed by decades of conservative warcraft, he targeted Sado's primary channelers, those few Sith who kept the illusions intact. He disabled 2 of Sado's carriers and brought a third down in flames above the icy ridge. For a brief moment, it looked as if Kresh might turn the tide. But Sado had not left everything to chance. In the chaos of battle, he detonated his own flagship, an enormous act of self-sacrifice that created a psychic backlash through the Force, mimicking his own death. The shockwave shattered the coordination of both fleets. And in that moment, Sado vanished. The war did not end that day. It fragmented. Kresh's remaining forces scattered, leaderless and paranoid. With no one to rally behind, many Sith lords retreated into seclusion or sought to preserve what little territory they had. A few defected entirely, abandoning the Sith code for mercenary causes in the Outer Rim. Others were hunted down by Sado's hidden agents, assassins trained to kill through memory and fear. For Sado, the feigned death had granted a luxury none of his rivals could afford: disappearance. He fled into the galactic void, leaving behind a shattered empire and the legend of a Sith Lord who had conquered, deceived, and vanished without a trace. His name passed into myth. But his influence, it festered. The Sith Empire never truly recovered. Without Marka Ragnos to unify them, and with both Sado and Kresh gone, the Sith became what they had once feared: scattered, isolated, eaten by ambition. Temples once filled with disciples became haunted ruins. Holocrons containing centuries of knowledge were locked behind curses only a Sith could break, and no Sith remained powerful enough to try. And yet, in the silence, something lingered. The war had not just been for power. It had been a test, a brutal, mythic pruning. Those who survived it bore lessons no doctrine could teach. That deception could be more lethal than strength, and that survival was its own form of victory. The tombs bore witness. Sadow's final writings, etched in blood into the walls of his secret sanctum, revealed his philosophy. The Force is not light or dark, it is opportunity. A blade is not evil, only the hand that guides it. In later centuries, Sith acolytes would unearth fragments of these teachings and form new orders from them. Cults would form around his ghost. Some believed he still lived, ruling from a throne in the unknown regions. Others claimed he had merged with the Force in a scream so loud it echoed across time. As for Kresh, what little remained of him was found in debris. His war helm split in two, and his lightsaber scorched shut. The tomb erected in his name would remain empty, a symbol of failure and pride unfulfilled. Yet, through their war, a darker unity began to form, not among the Sith of that era, but among the whispers that followed. Future Sith Lords would study the war of Sadow and Kresh, not to replicate it, but to understand how power must be hidden until ready. How war must serve vision, not ego. Marka Ragnos was gone. His empire lay in ruins. But from the broken crown left half buried in the sands of Ziost, new seeds were sown. Seeds that would, in time, birth an even darker age. At the edge of the galaxy, where ancient star lanes thinned into speculation, Naga Sadow prepared for war. No longer content with secret dominance or the scattered remnants of a broken Sith empire, he envisioned something bolder, an assault not just on planets or power, but on belief itself. The Republic had grown soft, he believed, unaware of the fire gathering in the shadows. It began, as many wars do, with a discovery. Two hyperspace explorers, Gav and Jory Darragon, charted a blind course beyond Republic space, seeking trade routes no one had dared attempt. Their ship, battered and limping, stumbled into Sith territory. What they found was not a wilderness of stars, but a civilization hidden and seething. Dark temples stood like black teeth beneath copper skies. Priests in crimson robes watched from silent terraces. And at the heart of it all, a lord whose ambitions had outgrown his empire. Naga Sadow did not see invaders in the Darragons. He saw opportunity. He imprisoned them, fed them well, and filled their minds with visions, some lies, others truths twisted into prophecy. Jory would become a pawn, unknowingly returned to the Republic with a tracking beacon hidden in her repaired ship. Gav would remain, slowly molded into an apprentice of Sith magic and manipulation. While other Sith Lords hesitated, still shaken by the civil wars of Sadow's rise, he declared it was time for expansion. The Republic, unaware and overextended, was ripe. Marka Ragnos had ruled through balance and mysticism. Sadow would rule through fire. In secret, Sadow marshaled fleets, angular cruisers cloaked in reflective metal, fighters shaped like flares of obsidian. Alchemical war beasts were bred in vats deep beneath Ziost, their organs attuned to dark side frequencies. These were not mere weapons. They were sermons. Each vessel, each creature, was a declaration of what the Sith had become. The first strike came at Kirek, a planet near the Republic's eastern borders. Sado launched a psychic illusion across the system, projecting hundreds of false ships alongside his real fleet. Republic forces, believing themselves surrounded, panicked. Command posts fractured. Defensive satellites fired on shadows. And while the Republic wasted their volleys on ghosts, the true Sith vessels carved through orbital rings and fell upon the planet like blades. Kirek's surface cracked under orbital bombardment. Cities melted into ash. Communication towers, once humming with peaceful transmissions, now transmitted screams. The Republic's response was immediate, but disorganized. The Senate, stunned by the speed of the attack, hesitated to mobilize its core fleets, unsure if this was invasion or isolated incident. The Jedi, spread thin across thousands of systems, could not gather fast enough. Meanwhile, Sado expanded the front. Strikes erupted across Republic worlds in coordinated bursts, sometimes simultaneous, other times staggered just enough to create confusion. Corellia's supply lanes were severed. Fondor's shipyards were sabotaged. Even the Ecumenopolis of Coruscant experienced sabotage. Sith cults, long dormant, rose and exploded the Senate's databanks in a midnight act of terrorism. The galaxy had known pirate raids, border disputes, and Hutt treachery, but this was something new, something ancient. In the chaos, Sado executed his most dangerous tactic. He positioned his meditation sphere, a vessel grown from coral and obsidian, in the middle of a dying star. From this center of agony, he enhanced his illusions tenfold, manipulating the minds of Republic soldiers across systems. They saw entire fleets where there were none, heard voices from command centers that didn't exist, mistrusted their own instruments. Even some Jedi, attuned to the Force but unprepared for such distortions, found themselves doubting. Visions of fallen comrades, voices of long-dead masters, and twisting shadows haunted their meditations. The Force, a tool they had relied on for clarity, became unclear. And still, the Senate delayed. Inside the Great Hall of the Republic, voices argued whether to declare full war. Some senators insisted on diplomacy, others on direct strikes, but none had seen the full map. Only the Jedi Council, now urgently convened, grasped the scope of the threat. The Sith were not returning. They had already arrived. Among the younger Jedi, there was talk of preemptive counterattacks. Among the elders, there was dread. They remembered the whispers of Sith tombs and forgotten betrayals. Few had believed the Sith still existed. Fewer still were prepared to face them. But war had arrived, and the stars were burning. The Republic had awakened, but too late. As Jedi ships streaked across hyperspace, the Sith fleets dug deeper. Worlds fell like leaves. Dantooine's libraries burned. Chandrila's orbit darkened under blockade. The Sith weren't conquering in the traditional sense. They were desecrating. Every temple defaced, every peace envoy slaughtered, was a message. The galaxy belonged to the strong. Order, as the Jedi knew it, was an illusion. Gav Daragon, once a mere navigator, now stood at Sado's side. But the war weighed on him. What had begun as a search for purpose had become a spiral of destruction. He watched cities crumble under Sith bombardments. He heard mothers cry out over smoking fields. The faces of the dead began to haunt his dreams. Faces he had seen from the bridge of the command ship, vanishing in flashes of light. It was not regret that undid him, but doubt. And in the Sith, doubt is treason. Gav found his sister again, Jory, and with her, a chance for redemption. He betrayed Sado, transmitting the location of the meditation sphere to the Republic. The illusion web collapsed. Ships that were never there vanished. Jedi minds cleared. Republic fleets reorganized. Across star systems, the tide shifted. The decisive moment came at Primus Golud, a red giant on the verge of collapse. Sado had buried his meditation sphere within the star's corona, believing it untouchable, but Jory led the Jedi directly to it. A small strike force breached the sphere's defenses and shattered its core. Sado's illusions died in an instant. The Sith fleet, suddenly exposed, faltered. Without the veil of lies, they were outnumbered and poorly supplied. Sado, unwilling to be captured or killed, initiated a final gambit. He fled to the far reaches of the galaxy, abandoning most of his forces. Only a few ships followed. The rest, stranded or leaderless, were destroyed. In his retreat, Sado enacted a scorched space protocol. Star charts were erased. Navigation buoys sabotaged. Temple worlds, those rich in Sith knowledge, were obliterated or sealed behind alchemical locks. The knowledge of the Sith would not be surrendered. If he could not have the galaxy, he would ensure his enemies could not read it. The Republic celebrated its survival, but it was a victory stained with blood. Hundreds of systems bore the scars. Millions were dead. The Jedi had proven their valor, but also their limits. They could not be everywhere. They had not seen the threat coming. A reconstruction effort began. New treaties were drafted. Military doctrines were rewritten. The Jedi Council debated for years how to better foresee the darkness. A statue was erected on Coruscant, a flame rising against shadow, meant to honor those lost. But the shadow was not gone. Naga Sado, now a fugitive, vanished into the unknown regions. He took his most loyal followers to a world called Yavin the Four. There, among the dense jungles and silent temples of a dead species, he began anew. He carved massive pyramids from stone and memory, embedding them with the secrets of the Sith. He did not call himself emperor anymore, only sorcerer. His days of conquest were done. His focus now turned to legacy. Some say he died there. Others say he lived far longer than any man should. But one truth remains: his temples endured. The Jedi, exhausted from war, did not pursue him. The Republic, eager to heal, did not press the borders. And slowly, the events of the war became history, first taught in academies, then in fables. Children heard of fire raining from the sky, of red lightsabers and vanishing ships. few believed them. But the Sith did not die. In the vaults of their ruined temples, spirits whispered. On forgotten tomb worlds, holocrons blinked silently, awaiting students. And deep in the dark corners of space, fragments of Sado's teachings lingered like embers waiting for wind. The great Hyperspace war had ended. But war itself, in the galaxy that birthed the Sith, never truly ceased. The Republic rebuilt. The Jedi swore vigilance. And across the stars, peace returned. Fragile, cracked, but cherished. Yet somewhere, among old ruins and broken crowns, the dark waited. Yavin IV waited beneath thick veils of mist and canopy. Its forests bore no banners, no monuments, only the still breath of time heavy with memory. When Naga Sado arrived, it was not as a conqueror, but as a fugitive seeking silence. The Sith had lost. Their fleet, once a storm across the stars, lay in ruins. Republic forces pursued until they could pursue no more. Fleeing in desperation, Sado guided his remaining followers to a world unnamed on their star charts, one that called to him through currents in the Force like a whisper under static. The red moon offered seclusion. More importantly, it offered bones to bury the past. Ancient structures already pierced the jungle, temples of a lost civilization. Massive pyramids built in unknown eras stood half swallowed by vines and root. Whatever people had built them left no legacy beyond stone, and Sado found that fitting. He chose the tallest temple and began reshaping it. It would serve not as a throne, but a tomb, for knowledge, for power, and eventually for himself. His war had failed, but the ideas behind it endured. Sado still believed in the destiny of the Sith, though not in its current form. This exile would become his crucible, where raw fury would distill into something sharper. Followers who survived the war, few and scarred, worked tirelessly under his direction. New chambers were carved. Alchemical vaults took shape beneath the earth. With them, the future found roots. Relics, texts, and essence-bound artifacts filled the corridors. Each was protected with layers of misdirection and peril. The Sith Lord expected challenges to come, not in months or years, but in centuries. He planned for the long dark, a time when even memory of the Sith would slip from the galaxy's lips. Sado saw potential in the native species. The Masasi, tribal and fierce, possessed no Force sensitivity, but they had strength and loyalty. Alchemy twisted them into guardians with extended lifespans and brute enhancements. They were molded to serve both as laborers and keepers of the shrines. Whatever gentleness had once existed in their society eroded beneath his rituals. Within this hidden domain, Sado enforced strict isolation. Apprentices forbidden to leave, communication beyond Yavin severed. Trials tested their obedience and willingness to suffer. The weak vanished without ceremony. Only those willing to be broken and remade earned the right to guard his teachings. No records exist of the Sith Lord's death. No witness recorded his final words or final ritual. One day, he simply ceased to appear, and his presence faded from the temples. Some believe he sealed himself alive within a sarcophagus of obsidian deep beneath the great temple. Others speak of a ritual so severe it unraveled his physical form, leaving behind only echoes trapped in cursed relics. Whatever truth remains is buried under centuries of dust and speculation. The Massassi endured. Generation after generation, they upheld their programmed reverence, maintaining the sanctity of the structures with unyielding precision. No outsider could reach the inner vaults without facing trials encoded by a mind obsessed with legacy. Sadow's teachings did not fade. They festered, waiting. Elsewhere in the galaxy, the Sith name grew quieter. Republic archivists declared the ancient empire extinct. Jedi treated it as a cautionary tale. Time smoothed over the war's jagged edges until it became myth. On Yavin 4, the myth was very much alive. Statues of horned lords guarded stairwells wrapped in vines. Runes pulsed faintly under moonlight. Traps remained untriggered, waiting for one who dared walk through Sadow's memory. A holocron, sealed in a vault no hand had touched for millennia, continued its silent rotation on a pedestal of carved bone, pulsing once every year in alignment with a forgotten star. The temple held breath, not decay. No alarms sounded. No force trembled. And yet, even in its silence, something waited. The centuries turned like unseen gears. Yavin 4 became a forgotten echo on a galactic map that no longer had room for it. Among the tangled roots and flickering torches of its lost temples, time was measured not by calendars, but by footsteps, rare, hesitant, fated. The Massassi, left behind by Sadow, transformed across generations. No longer merely guardians, they became vessels of purpose without knowing the origins of the orders they obeyed. Rituals survived through mimicry. Songs of protection, once encoded instructions, became chants of blind devotion. Without direction, the culture decayed, but never collapsed. The Sith imprint had embedded too deeply. Throughout the Republic, wars came and went. The Jedi endured new schisms, battled internal doubt, and faced threats the archives barely catalogued. Yet Yavin 4 remained undisturbed. It became a wound sealed too well, scabbed over by ignorance and peace treaties. And yet, it pulsed. Dark energy saturated the soil. Plants twisted with unnatural symmetry. Animals born on the moon displayed odd sensitivity, sometimes freezing in fear near temple entrances, sometimes clawing the stones as if remembering a dream. The Force, once stirred into chaos by Sadow's rituals, had never calmed. It had simply learned to wait. Occasionally, wanderers arrived, smugglers evading patrols, archaeologists chasing rumors, or Force-sensitive beings drawn by instinct. Most never made it beyond the outer forests. The few who reached the temples rarely returned. Some wrote incoherent logs of visions, voices in unknown tongues, dreams of a red throne, pain blooming behind the eyes. One found an obsidian figurine that moved when unobserved. He tried to sell it. He died within weeks, screaming of eyes beneath his skin. The Jedi never investigated thoroughly. Perhaps they feared what they might find. Perhaps they believed the dead could be trusted to stay buried. Even as whispers began spreading of Sith artifacts surfacing across the outer rim, Yavin IV remained untouched by official inquiry. Its silence was too complete to raise alarm. Deep beneath the surface, something else endured. Sado's vaults, crafted with a patience born of obsession, remained sealed with riddles and thresholds only a Sith could pass. But the energy inside did not sleep. It pressed outward in pulses, slow, careful, seeking resonance. In an age far removed from its construction, the temples would eventually respond to another touch. When the time came, it was not a Sith who returned first, but a dark heart molded in similar shapes. Exar Kun, a Jedi by training, seduced by ancient truths, Kun arrived not out of conquest, but curiosity. The temple doors responded to him, not because he commanded them, but because he resembled the echo they remembered. As he crossed the thresholds, the dormant defenses tested him, judged him, and when he survived them, the past awoke. Sado's presence, fragmented and sustained through alchemical transference, spoke. Not in words, but in images, urges, feelings that bypassed language. Kun absorbed it all. In days, he stood where Sado once stood. In weeks, he surpassed the rituals once thought final. Yavin IV became a Sith world once more, not through fleets or decrees, but through resurrection. Under Kun's rule, the Massassi became slaves to darker rituals. Where Sado had twisted their biology, Kun carved their spirits. He demanded blood sacrifices, built new shrines atop old ones, and turned the moon into a crucible of agony and ambition. If Sado had whispered through time, Kun screamed. This second age of darkness didn't last long. The Jedi confronted Kun, and through a coordinated effort, shattered his hold. Yet the result was no cleansing. Kun bound his spirit to the temples. His life ended, but his influence lingered. Once more, Yavin IV exhaled silence. But now, the soil held more than memory. It held choice. Sado, then Kun, had each laid a path. All that remained was for someone to walk it again. Years later, another seeker would arrive, one not guided by instinct or ambition, but by accident and fate. A child in hiding, a teacher in exile, a rebel base built upon graves. Yavin IV would host yet another chapter, not of the Sith's return, but of their long shadow. And beneath it all, the sealed vaults remained, waiting. The world had another name once, a place of gardens and sky-born observatories. Nathima, before the ritual, shimmered with the intellectual brilliance of the Sith elite. Scholars debated over ancient scripts. Alchemists twisted force energies into art. Nobles plotted not only for power, but for a future beyond mortality. Their ambition built towers that touched clouds. Their arrogance dug pits into the dark. One among them listened more closely than the rest. Tenebrae was his birth name, born of nobility on the remote world of Medriaz. Even as a child, his presence bent the air. Animals avoided him. Adults, including his own father, recoiled from his gaze. By the time he was 6, he had killed without remorse. By 10, he ruled his homeworld by fear alone. The Force whispered to him not as a teacher, but as a tool. It obeyed him as if it knew what he would become. When the Sith Empire crumbled during the Great Hyperspace War, Tenebrae survived unscathed. While others fled to the unknown regions, he waited, learned, and planned. He took the name Vitiate, a name that meant to spoil, to render lifeless. It was not chosen. It revealed itself through the shape of his hunger. He invited the surviving Sith Lords to Nathema under pretense of unity. They arrived, cloaked in pride and suspicion, expecting to debate the rebuilding of their shattered empire. What they found instead was a circle. Runes etched into obsidian, crystals tuned to anguish. A convergence of force energy that tasted like ruin. He consumed them all. The ritual tore through every living being on the planet. Not only the Sith Lords, but animals, plants, insects, microbes. The wind stopped. Rivers stilled. The sun dimmed in the sky, not from clouds, but from withdrawal. The Force itself recoiled. What remained was a wound in the galaxy. Not a scar. Those heal. Nathema became a vacuum, a place without ripples. Jed'aii who later stepped near its orbit described the feeling as a deafening silence within the soul. No presence, no emotion, no balance, just an absence that hollowed everything it touched. And at the center of it stood Vitiate, unburned and untouched, his flesh still, his eyes deeper than before. He had become more than Sith, more than mortal. The ritual granted him unnatural longevity, an intellect unbound by age, and a power that rivaled the myths. But it also reshaped him. Where once stood a dark sorcerer, now stood an idea wearing flesh, a voice speaking on behalf of entropy itself. He did not celebrate his victory. There were no speeches, no monuments raised. What he achieved could not be shared or honored. The dead had no need of memory. The living would never understand. To cover his work, he erased the planet's history. Records vanished. Maps were redrawn. The Sith who served him in the centuries ahead would never learn the truth of Nathema. Vitiate gave them a false name, a new homeworld. He crafted a mythology that veiled the horror he had authored. In time, Nathema became a whisper, a ghost designation on obsolete star charts. No one traveled there. Navigation systems refused to lock onto its coordinates, as if the Force itself intervened. Those who tried to study the anomaly returned, shaken, speaking of shadows that didn't move and gravity wells that didn't pull. But even in silence, Nathema exerted influence. Vitiate now called himself the Emperor of a reborn Sith Empire. On Dromund Kaas, in secret, he constructed a regime unlike any before. A structure of domination, fueled not just by strength, but by fear of extinction. The lesson of Nathema was encoded into every law, every doctrine. The dark side was not merely a tool, it was survival. Mercy was inefficient. Emotion was a delay. Identity, a flaw. The Massassi, the acolytes, the apprentices, they saw only the iron of his will. None understood the origin of that will was built upon the silence of 1,000,000 souls. Nathema, left behind and forgotten, did not decay. It could not. Nothing there could change. Not the stones, not the air, not the memory of what had occurred. Ships that entered orbit felt inexplicable pressure on their hulls, as if space itself resisted intrusion. Some described time stuttering, moments repeating with no cause, voices echoing before sound emerged. One Jedi Master, investigating Sith movements near the sector, dared a landing. She lasted 6 hours. Her journal, recovered from a drifting pod, contained only one legible phrase scratched repeatedly. It doesn't scream, it waits. The Emperor never returned. He didn't need to. Nathema was not a place, it was an extension of himself. A void dressed as a world. A monument not to power, but to its consequences. And through that void, he remained anchored, unaging, watching centuries bleed dry. What emerged from Nathema wasn't merely a Sith Emperor. It was a force of nature given purpose. While the galaxy pressed on, fragmented by recovery from war, Vitiate began the quiet work of reshaping galactic destiny. His new Sith Empire thrived in the shadows. From Dromund Kaas, he built a hierarchy that did not tolerate doubt. Councils obeyed without question. Generals strategized without ambition. Acolytes feared the thought of independent will. It was not unity that held this empire together. It was obedience bred from terror and awe cultivated from ignorance. He ruled not as a warlord, but as a god-king whose presence suffocated rebellion before it began. To his followers, he seemed eternal, and they never saw him eat, sleep, or tire. Only a handful understood the truth. Vitiate was no longer merely alive. He was sustained by something deeper than blood. He had tethered himself to the wound he had torn in the Force, drawing energy from its emptiness like roots from buried water. Though centuries passed, he never aged. As Sith lords vied for favor and destroyed one another beneath his gaze, he simply endured. His voice rarely echoed through the chambers of the Citadel, but when it did, entire star systems bent to its directives. To hear his command was to feel one's spine freeze in recognition that this was not power learned. It was power taken from the galaxy's marrow. He launched no war immediately. He had time, infinite time. His vision did not revolve around conquering stars for vanity. He wished to shape the entire galaxy into a vessel. One mind, one will, his. To accomplish this, he experimented. He fractured his essence, projecting avatars and puppets across the stars. On distant worlds, echoes of his voice twisted the fates of people who never heard his name. Through alchemy and esoteric rites, he tested the limits of immortality, not just for himself, but as a blueprint to end death itself. What he sought was dominion not only over armies or borders, but over the laws that bound reality. The Jedi suspected nothing. The Republic, nursing wounds from past conflicts, saw only brief shadows at the edge of their records. An unremarkable anomaly here, a vanished scout ship there. Even those few who sensed a shift in the dark currents of the Force could not agree on its shape. Some believed the Sith were extinct. Others argued they were merely diminished, fractured and powerless. None guessed at the truth. But in that silence, a storm was forming. On Dromund Kaas, apprentices trained in doctrines shaped by Vitiate's unseen hand. Unlike the clashing wills of the ancient Sith, this generation submitted without hesitation. Emotion existed, but only in service of control. Power could be sought, but not hoarded. Questioning the Emperor was not heresy. It was suicide. Sith rituals grew colder. The old passion was replaced with methodical precision. Everything became ritualized, sterilized. Even murder required sanction. Individual ambition remained, but it was regulated, sculpted like a blade that could only cut when ordered to. Vitiate was not building conquerors. He was forging instruments. And he never stopped listening. Through his connection to Nathema, he heard ripples from across the galaxy, worlds rising and falling, wars that whispered of new technologies, new beliefs. The Force shifted, but he remained its constant wound, its patient distortion. There were attempts to destroy him. Assassins, both Sith and Jedi, sought the truth behind the hidden Emperor. Some discovered the reality. A few even escaped to tell it. But disbelief served as Vitiate's greatest shield. The idea of a being surviving for centuries, feeding off a void of his own making, sounded like myth. By the time evidence surfaced, it was often too late. And still, Nathema remained, untouched, undisturbed. A monument no one visited, because no one returned whole. Holomaps glitched when directed toward it. Memory crystals corrupted near its orbit. When droids were sent to investigate, they simply shut down upon atmospheric entry, as if their programming recognized an existential contradiction and refused to proceed. In time, it became more than forbidden. It became forgotten. That forgetting served Vitiate well. He buried the evidence of his creation, but never disconnected from it. Nathema was not a mistake. It was a beginning, and beginnings need not be loud. They need only endure. Deep within the ruins of Nathema's last temple, there were carvings too old to be translated. Spirals, sigils, long winding paths that seemed to fold into themselves. They marked the spot where the ritual had climaxed, where reality buckled and something unnatural took root. A black stone still stands there, smooth as water, cold as the void, soundless. It does not reflect light. It absorbs it. Jedi archivists who later studied remnants of Vitiate's legacy struggled to describe him. Was he man, monster, or myth? Some suggested he became the embodiment of hunger. Others theorized he had become a nexus of anti-force. No theory satisfied. But one note remained in a classified file locked beneath the temple's oldest vault. It read,
"There is no record of his heart ever stopping. Perhaps it never beat at all."
Darth Vitiate became more than an emperor. He was the answer to a question no one had dared to ask. What if power could live in silence? And in that silence, he waited. The jungles of Drummond Cass never stopped whispering. Through their canopies of storm-drenched vines and stone, thunder cracked like the voice of a buried god. Each drop of rain carved the ancient soil, feeding roots that clung to the skeletons of a forgotten age. Beneath this veil of mist and fury, the Sith returned. Centuries had passed since the collapse of the Sith Empire. Nathema's devastation had buried the old order in silence. But silence was not surrender. Darth Vitiate, now a figure so veiled in myth and secrecy, he was rarely spoken of aloud, guided his scattered remnants across the stars to this hidden world. Here, far from the eyes of the Jedi and the reach of Republic patrols, a new dominion would rise, one born of discipline, surveillance, and storm. Drummond Cass was not chosen for comfort. Its atmosphere swirled with perpetual electrical disturbance, warping sensors and shrouding emissions. Navigating its orbit required ancient star charts and daring. It was a world that rejected intrusion. That hostility made it ideal. The first outposts were more ritual than construction. Stone markers, carved altars, encoded directives burned into the jungle with Sith alchemy. Architects followed. Their designs honored geometry, meant to channel force energy, drawing power from storm convergence and magnetic fault lines. Cities didn't grow. They were carved. Each building was erected like a monument to fear. Tall, narrow, crowned in dark metal that hummed with repelled lightning. The Dark Council emerged again, reshaped under Vitiate's invisible hand. Each seat belonged to a figure who owed everything to silence. Rulers who understood that their power existed only because it was permitted. Council chambers were cold. Deliberations were short. Obedience, not debate, sustained the order. The people beneath them, the military, the workers, the apprentices, were raised in isolation. Propaganda was gospel. History was rewritten. The Jedi were not just enemies. They were heretics. The Republic was not a rival government. It was a decaying carcass waiting to be consumed. Every citizen was taught the same mantra. Discipline is survival. Vitiate's influence permeated without form. He did not walk the streets. He did not appear at parades or rituals, but his will moved through the city like a current beneath the stone. Entire academies were built to train acolytes whose power could one day serve that will. Each lesson was brutal, each test final. Failure was not punished, it was erased. In the depths of Cass City, laboratories churned with alchemical research. Sith sorcerers, once fringe zealots, now worked under state sanction. They probed into biological manipulation, artificial life, memory, reconfiguration. Vitiate wanted an empire that would last, not for decades, but for eons. Immortality was no longer a myth. It was a state objective. Outside the city, old temples were discovered, ruins from a time before even the first Sith exiles had arrived. Carvings hinted at a civilization aligned with the dark side long before the known Sith Empire had risen. These structures were not restored. They were studied, fed upon. Their secrets were not preserved, but weaponized. Storm beasts, massive predatory creatures native to the region, were captured and infused with dark energy, transformed into guardians for sacred sites and borders. The Sith learned not just to control the jungle, but to become part of its violence. A new military doctrine evolved, not only force of arms, but infiltration, black operations, and subterfuge. The Sith Intelligence Division grew into an organization of whispers and knives, their agents deployed across neutral space under false identities. Information became currency. Secrets became weapons. Assassinations were not considered acts of war, but trials by fire. No Sith Lord ruled unchecked. Each was monitored, subtly tested, sometimes eliminated. Vitiate allowed their ascent, but ensured their fall if they wavered from purpose. Power was permitted, but never trusted. Loyalty was demanded, but never assumed. Among the youth of the Empire, stories of the Emperor's voice became a matter of initiation. Some claimed to have heard it in their sleep, a dream that left them trembling. Others said they saw glimpses of him in the reflections of temple fountains, or in the flicker of lightning against marble walls. True or not, the myth served its purpose. The Emperor did not need to speak. The fear that he might was enough. Ships began to leave Dromund Kaas under cloak and code. Trading routes were re-established under shell companies and fabricated governments. Holonet signals were spliced, carrying corrupted propaganda into Republic territory. The re-emergence was not announced. It was designed. And those who paid attention saw the signs: a missing patrol, a corrupted data path, a Jedi Knight vanishing mid-mission. What Dromund Kaas had birthed was not just a military power. It was a society engineered for expansion, for domination. Every facet of life bent toward this singular goal, and every bolt of lightning above its surface sang the same promise. They were coming back. The storm did not pass. It calcified into culture. Dromund Kaas became a proving ground not only for Sith, but for an entire civilization molded in shadow. Temples rose beside laboratories, military academies across from breeding pits, and in every corner of the capital, ideology pulsed louder than any heart. In the vaults beneath the Imperial Citadel, agents of Sith intelligence archived what they called the Path of Reclamation. These weren't just plans for war, they were blueprints for vengeance. The Republic had forgotten the Sith. The Jedi had moved on. That arrogance would be punished in time. Children born under the Empire were taught its myths as law. The Jedi exiled us, read their first lesson. We survived by strength alone. Their schooling included not only mathematics and language, but also histories soaked in blood, curated, weaponized truths engineered to justify wrath. Every graduating class from the Citadel's junior academies pledged loyalty not just to the Empire, but to a throne they had never seen. And still, Vitiate remained absent. His isolation didn't weaken his presence. It magnified it. Through statues carved from obsidian, through murals depicting a robed figure above burning worlds, the myth became doctrine. It was said that to see him in person was a sentence, never a privilege. The Emperor's reach had no form, and that made it impossible to resist. Rituals deepened. Entire departments within the Dark Council were tasked with translating force disturbances, tracking omens across the stars, interpreting symbolic patterns in Jedi movements. The Sith Empire did not wait idly. It read the currents of time with the patience of a grave. Meanwhile, elite squadrons known as the Red Blades tested Republic defenses along fringe sectors. They struck silently. No declarations, no trace left behind except charred hulls and scrambled sensor logs. Their leaders were never officially named, but each bore markings that identified them as graduates of Dromund Kaas's war temples. In the underlevels of Kaas City, the poor were not ignored. They were curated, organized in districts, surveilled constantly, and provided just enough to survive. They were both worker and witness. Uprisings were rare, and when they happened, they were broadcast internally as cautionary tales. Fear was not just a tool, it was heritage. Among the Sith Lords, rivalries thrived, but they never endangered the whole. The Council allowed conflict in bursts, scripted, contained, sanctioned duels, or economic sabotage. The Empire needed fire to stay alive, but never an inferno it couldn't smother. Apprentices trained in the oldest Sith traditions, but their studies now included galactic economics, data encryption, and off-world infiltration. Power was no longer measured in lightning or raw hatred alone. Influence, subtlety, psychological dominance. These were the tools of survival now. The Force was weapon and compass alike, used not just to destroy, but to reshape perception. One Lord, Darth Mekis, created a think tank of Sith engineers to design warships powered by Force-reactive cores. Another, Darth Malgus, became infamous for field-testing battlefield armor that responded to emotional surges, amplifying rage into kinetic bursts. Every Lord had a project. Every project fed the machine. At the edge of the system, listening stations detected Jedi survey ships passing nearby. None were intercepted. None were warned. The Sith watched, waited. Let them think the void was empty. Inside one of the oldest temples, sealed to all but Vitiate's personal guard, artifacts from ancient Sith and Rakatan empires were studied. The holocrons within hummed constantly, even when not activated. Some whispered when approached. Others remained cold, unreadable even to the most powerful. Rumors suggested that one device stored fragments of Vitiate's essence itself, allowing him to be in multiple places, across time and thought. In the upper districts, where architecture bent upward like frozen flame, Sith lords gathered under stormlight to recite victory chants. These were not public celebrations. They were reminders, to themselves and each other, that their moment would come, and when it did, there would be no hesitation. In one chamber alone, deep in the citadel's heart, Vitiate stirred. He had not spoken in years, not to his council, not even to his shadows. But the force around him was thick with intention. Visions of fire, of temples collapsing, of Jed'aii screaming beneath red skies, these bled through the minds of his most sensitive followers. The Republic could not feel it. The Jedi did not sense it. But the truth rippled in the dark. The Sith Empire was no longer a dream lost in ruins. It was alive, intelligent, and cloaked in storms. And when it rose, it would do so not as a wave, but as a flood that no wall could stop. Dromund Kaas had waited long enough. Alderaan's skies had always been symbols of elegance, thin clouds trailing over snow-capped peaks, royal starbirds wheeling in sunlit arcs. But this time, the sky didn't promise peace. It fractured under the weight of incoming warships. Sleek, black-hulled cruisers that shimmered with cloaking static as they broke orbit. The Sith had returned, and they did not arrive with ceremony. They arrived with silence and velocity. On the surface, dignitaries were ushered from marble courtyards into underground bunkers. Political archives, centuries old, were sealed in protective vaults. Within minutes of the first sighting, the planetary defense grid activated, but too late. The first barrage came not from the sky, but from orbit-bound infiltrators who had disabled comm relays and rerouted planetary shields from within. The Sith no longer sought theatrical entrance. They sought total advantage. The Jedi Council received the distress signal from Alderaan, but had already seen the signs. For months, hyperspace lanes reported sudden disturbances, nav buoys corrupted, escort fleets disappearing, strange fluctuations in stellar activity. None had pointed clearly to Dromund Kaas, but those who had watched the shadows knew. The Empire had been preparing. While the Republic argued over trade disputes, while the Senate stalled over taxation laws, the Sith had mapped weaknesses in every planetary border. Old Republic fortresses were no longer impenetrable. They were catalogued, analyzed, their command protocols understood. The Sith invasion was not random. It was calculated to the last decimal. And behind the precision, there was vengeance. The fleet was unlike anything the Corps had seen since the Great Hyperspace War. Not crude lines of jagged metal, but coordinated aesthetic monstrosities. Ships designed to inspire fear as much as to destroy. Red-lit bridges mirrored the halls of the ancient Sith temples. Fighters launched in perfect trios, striking Republic patrols before they could call for backup. And when the Republic finally responded, it was too late to repel. It was only possible to survive. Darth Malgus led the assault on Alderaan personally. Cloaked not just in armor but in ideology, he descended from orbit like a judgment. His presence was not cloaked. It was declared. When he marched through the palace corridors, lightsabers drawn, none doubted the message. The Sith were no longer ghosts. They were the blade now, and they had found the heart. But Alderaan was only the first. In the inner rim, communication lines failed in sectors too distant to trace. Smuggler reports described blockades formed overnight. On Corellia, local leaders vanished hours before a planned Republic summit. Entire squads of Jedi Knights were lost investigating anomalies along the Perlemian trade route. The Sith didn't need to make noise. The silence they left behind was louder. Meanwhile, Dromund Kaas burned bright with ritual, not in chaos, but in fervor. The Dark Council, restructured and newly empowered, directed the war effort with chilling detachment. Every victory was plotted. Every system taken was reassigned, reconditioned, repurposed. For the Sith, this was not conquest. It was reclamation. In the Jedi Temple, discussions fractured into arguments. Some believed the Sith should be met directly, with full force deployment. Others, weary from the Mandalorian wars and Revan's betrayal, argued for caution. The Grand Master ordered dispatches, but their routes were compromised. Their holocrons flickered with static before transmission. The Order had grown soft in peace. The Sith had evolved in secrecy. On Coruscant, whispers turned into street panic. People remembered the tales, but few had ever believed them. Sith were the villains of bedtime stories, not real entities. But now, with Republic forces losing ground across multiple sectors, that comfort dissolved. Holo news networks showed images of burning outposts, of red sabers gleaming in ruined hangars. And still, the Senate debated sanctions. The Sith made no claims of justice, only inevitability. They didn't want legitimacy. They wanted submission. Their emissaries offered no treaties. Their messages to governors and planetary rulers were simple: join or burn. Many did. Some surrendered preemptively, remembering what the last Sith Empire had wrought. Among the Jedi, a new fear emerged, not for death, but for legacy. How had they failed to foresee this? How could the Force have allowed it? Meditation chambers turned somber. Visions no longer brought clarity. Only glimpses of cloaked figures speaking in languages that hadn't been heard in centuries. Even the temple's archives showed signs of tampering. Knowledge itself had been altered. In the Senate chamber, voices shouted over one another. Allies called for unity. Detractors blamed the Jedi. Fear made old political enemies seem safer than unseen threats. That was the genius of the Sith's strategy, to divide the Republic from within while attacking from without. It worked. In private, Jedi Masters warned their students. This was not a conventional war. It would not be won through lightsaber duels or fleet maneuvers alone. It would be a war of belief, of memory, of the soul of the galaxy. The Sith understood that now. They hadn't just built ships. They had built mythology. Their return was not just physical. It was spiritual. They had become the monster in every system's dream. But the dream was real now. And the Jedi, unready, would have to wake quickly. In the aftermath of Alderaan, the Sith moved with increasing boldness. Fleets spread outward like wildfire, targeting critical supply lanes and relay stations. Instead of long sieges, they opted for lightning strikes, overwhelming precision attacks that shattered resistance before defenders could organize. It was not a war of attrition. It was a war of understanding. The Sith understood the Republic's rhythms better than the Republic understood itself. On Balmorra, droid factories went silent. On Bothawui, intelligence outposts were stripped clean. The Outer Rim didn't resist. They braced for impact. For the worlds not touched by battle, fear became its own weapon. Markets collapsed. Trade froze. Entire sectors began cutting their own deals with Sith agents in exchange for protection. These weren't mere conquests. They were case studies in manipulation and submission. The Sith knew patience. They didn't seek to destroy the Republic in a single blow. They wanted erosion, a slow decay that would rot the foundation before the final strike. In this, they mirrored their philosophy. Rot the roots, and the tree falls on its own. Jedi efforts to protect distant colonies often arrived hours too late. Their once revered status began to fade. Trust gave way to blame. People remembered Revan. People remembered Malak. And the Sith fed that memory. Propaganda flowed through shadow channels, images of Jedi abandoning sectors, whispers of corruption within the temple, tales of Jedi siding with politicians while ordinary citizens suffered. Even true stories were warped to serve the Sith narrative. A warrior cult obsessed with power did not need to fabricate every lie. It only needed to frame the truth through fear. Among the Jedi, morale wavered. Masters began doubting apprentices. The archives showed quiet signs of manipulation, texts missing, timelines confused, artifacts relocated without record. Even the Force felt dimmer. For those who meditated deeply, visions began to repeat, flashes of masked figures, red suns, and voices with no mouths. The dark side no longer whispered. It breathed beside them. On Dromund Kaas, the Sith Empire formalized its new command. The Dark Council operated with both hierarchy and brutality, rewarding loyalty and obliterating dissent. Darth Malgus became a symbol, a warrior saint cloaked in wrath. Others, like Darth Barris and Darth Vowrawn, maneuvered through manipulation, twisting diplomatic failings into battlefield victories. The Empire wasn't bound by honor. It was bound by ambition. And that made it stronger than any ideology. The Republic, caught off guard, scrambled to unify its forces. War heroes were called from retirement. Emergency powers were issued. Senate votes passed faster than ever before, but speed couldn't make up for years of apathy. Supplies didn't arrive on time. Strategy clashed with ego. Intelligence came too fragmented to be useful, and all the while the Sith advanced. Then came the blow that shattered illusions. The sacking of Coruscant. While peace negotiations were underway on Alderaan, fueled by Sith demands for armistice, Malgus and his fleet launched a direct assault on the Republic capital. The Jedi Temple was struck first. Its spires crumbled beneath orbital bombardment. Libraries burned. Statues of peacekeepers shattered under the boots of red-sabred warriors. What had once symbolized serenity became a stage for slaughter. Malgus, walking through the main hall, cut down masters and students alike. Holocrons cracked under his blade. Meditation chambers filled with smoke. And at the temple's summit, he drove his lightsaber into the floor, leaving a scar that even reconstruction couldn't erase. It wasn't just destruction. It was declaration. The Sith had returned not only in force, but in meaning. Coruscant was spared full occupation only by design. The attack had been part of the armistice plan. By showing the Republic how vulnerable its heart was, the Sith ensured that the treaty would be signed quickly. The Treaty of Coruscant ended the war, but not the conflict. It preserved borders, but it didn't restore trust. The Sith withdrew from the capital, but their message stayed behind. In the years that followed, Jedi survivors tried to regroup. Some believed the Order had lost its way and sought renewal in isolation. Others argued for direct counterattack. The temple was rebuilt, but the scars remained in the Force. Younglings asked questions their teachers couldn't answer. Lightsabers were passed down with trembling hands. The Sith Empire, meanwhile, settled into legitimacy. Planets it had seized were absorbed, indoctrinated, reshaped. Sith governors enforced order through a mix of cruelty and charisma. Citizens learned quickly that compliance earned favor and resistance earned fire. Entire generations grew up knowing only the red banners. Their memories did not contain the word Republic at all. What made this Sith resurgence different was not its scale, but its subtlety. War had been only one phase. Infiltration, propaganda, cultural erosion, these had become just as potent. The Sith learned from history. They did not rush. They did not proclaim. They seeded their influence like spores in a forgotten crypt, letting time do what sabers could not. In Jedi Council meetings, silence stretched long between decisions. The Masters spoke less often now. Students were taught not only to fight, but to question. How had this happened again? How could the dark return in such perfect form? No one could answer fully. Not even the Force seemed willing to show the way. The Empire had not won every battle, but it had succeeded in forcing the galaxy to change its narrative. No longer were the Sith a legend. They were a government. No longer were the Jedi universal heroes. They were relics, struggling to remain relevant. The stars had new lines drawn across them. And though the war was paused, the future was already bleeding. The Mandalorian Wars tore across the Outer Rim with a savagery the Republic hadn't faced in generations. Systems fell like loose stones from a crumbling cliff, each conquered world a monument to Mandalorian might. Their crusade was not mindless. It was calculated, brutal, and uncompromising. At the edge of this tide stood the Jedi Council, motionless in its deliberation. The Order, steeped in discipline and caution, refused to engage. Not all Jedi agreed. Two rose from the silence. Revan, charismatic and impossibly sharp, and Malak, his loyal companion, grew restless watching the galaxy burn. Defying the Council's passive stance, they gathered followers, young knights, idealists, and warriors unwilling to let worlds fall unaided. The group became known as the Revanchists, bound by purpose rather than permission. With starships and lightsabers, they plunged into the chaos, bringing swift salvation to the besieged. Victory followed them, but so did consequence. In the fires of combat, something shifted. Revan's strategies became darker, sacrifices grew larger, secrets piled in shadowed corners of war rooms. While hailed as a hero in public, he began to consult texts forbidden by the Order. On war-ravaged planets like Seriko and Jebel, he studied the enemy, then surpassed their ruthlessness. What had begun as defense became dominance. Jedi doctrine twisted into doctrine of control. The Republic, desperate and overwhelmed, praised him still. Politicians saw in Revan a savior. Soldiers followed his commands without question. Even Jed'aii began to quietly adopt his tactics. In the dark void between stars, victory blurred into vengeance. Where the Council feared the dark side's corruption, Revan saw a weapon, yet untouched. And Malak, ever at his side, changed with him. Then came Malachor V. The final campaign of the Mandalorian Wars brought the Revanchist fleet to the edge of known space. Revan, armed with knowledge scavenged from obscure ruins, deployed a superweapon known as the Mass Shadow Generator. With it, he crushed the Mandalorians and much of his own fleet. The cost was catastrophic. Malachor became a graveyard of iron and bone, held together by a wound in the Force. In that place of death, something ancient stirred. Revan discovered a presence hidden beneath the planet's crust. Deep within the ruins, he encountered the Treyas Academy, a Sith structure older than memory. Its halls whispered truths not found in Jedi scrolls. It did not seduce, it revealed. Revan did not fall there. He chose. The war had forged him into something new. Jedi ideals had proven brittle, the Republic hypocritical. The Sith path offered coherence, a blueprint for decisive strength. From Malachor, he returned not as a Jedi, but as a Sith Lord. He took the title Darth Revan. Malak followed, becoming Darth Malak. Together, they forged an empire from the Republic's exhausted husk, rallying systems under the promise of order and security. With red blades and silver words, they cut paths through loyalist forces. Those who opposed them were silenced. Those who yielded were absorbed. Revan's power was not merely martial. He studied holocrons hidden in Korriban's tombs, unearthing doctrines from Ajunta Pal to Marka Ragnos. He adopted their strategies, refined their hatred into logic. Unlike past Sith lords who ruled through cruelty alone, Revan ruled through vision. He believed the galaxy could not survive without unification, and only a Sith empire could impose it. But every empire carries its flaw. Malak, always second to Revan, began to chafe. The loyalty that once bound them twisted into resentment. He saw Revan hesitate, delaying the conquest of the core, speaking of a greater threat beyond the galaxy. Malak, bred in fire, craved finality. In a bid for supremacy, he betrayed his master during battle. Revan's flagship was attacked. Amid the chaos, Jedi forces, secretly deployed by the Council, boarded the vessel. Revan should have died. Instead, the Force intervened. A young Jedi, Bastila Shan, used her rare gift of battle meditation to shield her allies. She reached Revan as he collapsed, barely alive, and severed his connection to the dark. The Council retrieved his broken form, stripped him of memory, and forged a lie. They would rebuild him, shape him anew, using the very mind that once threatened the Republic's survival. He was given a new name, a new purpose, yet the past does not rest easily. Revan awoke in a galaxy that feared his shadow but knew not his face. The Jedi Council had hidden the truth of his identity even from him. They gave him structure, mentorship, and a new place in the Order, hoping that the man he once was would never re-emerge. But the Force, relentless in its echoes, left traces, visions, dreams, names he did not remember but could not ignore. The Sith, under Malak's command, continued their campaign. Planets fell in sequence, Taris, Dantooine, and beyond. Malak lacked his master's restraint. Where Revan had been strategic, Malak was wrathful. His empire was forged in glassed cities and screams. The Republic crumbled, its supply lines shattered, and its morale nearly gone. In desperation, it turned again to Jed'aii. And so ironically, they called upon Revan, now their unknowing creation. Alongside Bastila Shan and a crew of misfits, he traveled the galaxy, pursuing pieces of a mysterious map that pointed to the origin of the Sith's power. Star Forge, a space station of impossible scale, capable of manufacturing fleets without end, feeding off the dark side itself. Built by the Rakata, a species that once ruled the stars, it had become the engine of Malak's conquest. As Revan approached it, memory stirred. Each step toward the Star Forge peeled away layers of forgetting. The ruins of Kashyyyk, the tombs of Korriban, the visions on Dantooine. Bit by bit, the truth clawed its way into the open. He was not just a warrior. He was the Sith Lord who nearly broke the galaxy. And now he stood on the precipice of becoming him again. But choice remained. He had seen both sides of the Force, its light and its abyss. He had known what it meant to rule and what it meant to lose everything. Unlike before, this time he chose a different path. When he faced Malak aboard the Star Forge, it was not as Sith, not entirely as Jedi, but as a man who had walked both paths and survived their truths. Their final battle tore through steel and memory. Revan emerged, the victor. The Star Forge was destroyed. Malak died with the remnants of his empire, and the Jedi who had once shattered the galaxy disappeared from the war-torn stage, a ghost now walking in quiet legacy. But Revan's journey did not end there. Visions of an ancient darkness beyond known space haunted his peace. He believed Malak had only been a distraction, an echo of a deeper threat, waiting in the cold beyond the outer rim. He left everything behind, Bastila, the Republic, the rebuilt Jedi Order, and vanished into the unknown. The Mandalorian Wars had changed him. The Sith had reshaped him. But in the final act, it was the mystery of what lay beyond that claimed him. Revan's tale became a riddle. Some claimed he died beyond the stars. Others believed he merged with the Force, too powerful to be wholly extinguished. The Sith revered him, even in betrayal. The Jedi remembered him in caution. To both, he became a figure of fear and fascination, neither hero nor villain, but something in between. He represented what no doctrine could contain, a will that would not bend, a mind that redefined loyalty not through blind obedience, but through self-realized conviction. His story proved that even the greatest fall could birth redemption, and that even the redeemed could still carry darkness in their shadow. On Korriban, his name was whispered by acolytes who walked beneath the tombs he once opened. On Coruscant, the Jedi kept silent records of his deeds, buried deep in restricted archives. And in quiet corners of the galaxy, travelers claimed to feel his presence still, watching, waiting, listening for the darkness he once pursued. The legacy of Revan was not a banner or a throne. It was a question. What is power, if not the freedom to choose? The answer echoed long after the man was gone. Not in temples, not in war zones, but in those who stood at crossroads, torn between light and dark, peace and passion, fear and conviction. For those who knew where to listen, the mask laid at the Jedi's feet still told a story. The valley was quiet when the wind died. Where once armies clashed and starships tore fire across the sky, only dust remained, settled thick on scorched stone and bone alike. This was Ruusan, and Ruusan was hollow, not by time nor erosion, but by the consequence of a war that believed it could swallow all. Centuries after Revan vanished beyond the stars, the Sith were reborn. Many, not few. From the ashes of the old empire rose factions, lords and warbands, each clawing for dominion. Power became a banner of chaos, and unity a myth none were willing to bleed for. Then came Khan, a Sith lord of rare charisma and dangerous charm. Khan proclaimed that infighting had doomed the Sith too many times. He envisioned not a hierarchy, but a brotherhood, a collective of dark minds under one cause. He called it the Brotherhood of Darkness, and it promised equality among the powerful, direction to the aimless, and victory over the Jedi who had long kept the galaxy tethered to peace. For a time it worked. Khan brought dozens of Sith Lords under one banner. No longer did the dark side whisper only of betrayal. Now it murmured of strategy, movement, conquest. Together, the Brotherhood swept through the mid-rim and outer territories, destabilizing Republic supply lines and demolishing Jedi strongholds. The Jedi High Council, caught off guard by the resurgence, rallied their knights, but failed to comprehend the scale of the darkness rising. Republic space began to collapse at its edges. In answer, the Jedi convened what would become one of the largest military campaigns in their order's history. Hundreds of Jedi warriors, battle meditators, and tacticians mobilized across systems to respond not just to Khan, but to what he represented. A galaxy teetering toward oblivion once more. It was in this rising storm that the world of Ruusan became significant. Ruusan was not strategically vital. It was not a trade hub, nor a political center. It was a nexus of the Force, wild and alive, unrefined but strong. Both sides saw it as a key, not for its value in commerce, but its importance to the Force itself. Whoever controlled Ruusan would gain a spiritual foothold, a metaphysical advantage no fleet could match. And so the Sith came. So did the Jedi. On the barren plains and in the low canyons they gathered. The Brotherhood of Darkness under Lord Khan, the Army of Light under Jedi Master Hoth. The names were as symbolic as they were prophetic. One side sought unification through shadow, the other, salvation through discipline. Their battles were not quick nor clean. They came in waves, skirmishes that devoured months and dragged bodies deep into trenches carved by fury and attrition. Jedi lightsabers clashed with Sith blades. Force storms rippled across entire fields. The planet groaned under the weight of the Force tearing itself in two directions. And still, neither side would yield. Within Khan's camp, tension brewed. The Brotherhood, despite its name, had not dissolved ego. Each Sith Lord still dreamed of supremacy, still weighed the lives of others against the lure of individual victory. Lord Cordis, Kopech, and Githani each harbored their own ambitions. But Khan's silver tongue and powerful will kept the blood simmering, not boiling.
Dissent, however, was not the greatest threat.
Among the Sith walked a quiet figure, tall, armored, and patient. Darth Bane. Unlike the others, Bane did not believe in the Brotherhood. He saw it as dilution, a corruption of the Sith's fundamental nature. In sharing power, the Sith had blunted their edge. Unity, he believed, was an illusion. Power belonged to the strongest alone. For weeks he watched. For weeks he learned. And in his silence, he began to plan. The final confrontation approached. Both Jedi and Sith knew the end would come on Ruusan. Neither side expected what form it would take. Khan, pushed to desperation, chose a path none dared speak of. A weapon of legend. A construct of pure Force energy fueled by death, madness, and belief. The thought bomb. A ritual devised to destroy not just bodies, but the very consciousness of all within its blast, binding their spirits forever in torment and entrapment. He began the incantation in secret chambers beneath the battlefield. Jedi Master Hoth felt the fracture in the Force before his scouts returned. The ground beneath Ruusan did not tremble, but something deeper did. An undercurrent of silence that was not peace, but waiting. The Jedi commander gathered his closest allies, sensing that whatever strength the light had brought to this place was now being tested by something ancient and reckless. Beneath the surface, Khan chanted the final words. He had gathered willing Sith Lords around him, drawing on their pooled rage, fear, and ambition. To him, the thought bomb was not a last resort. It was a promise of victory through annihilation. If the Jedi would not bow, they would all vanish together. Bane, learning of this, fled. Disgusted and resolute, he left the Brotherhood to their fate. He had no interest in martyrdom, no desire to share power with ghosts. Instead, he would become something older, something truer. The Sith, in his eyes, needed to be reborn, not in multitude, but in precision. On the battlefield above, Jedi forces pressed into the final lines of the Sith encampment. Hoth himself led the charge, sensing the unraveling darkness below. He descended into the caves, hoping to confront Khan before it was too late. With him went dozens of Jedi, knights, Padawans, seers, those who believed the light could still hold back the dark. They arrived as the ritual reached its climax. Khan, surrounded by his Brotherhood, smiled with the certainty of a man who believed he controlled destiny. The thought bomb pulsed once, soundless, and then detonated with metaphysical violence. It did not simply kill. It tore the essence from every force-sensitive being within its reach, locking their consciousness in a sphere of eternal, echoing suffering. The blast did not scar the surface, yet nothing living walked away. The valley where the cave once opened became quiet forever. A deep, yawning silence settled over the land, broken only by the occasional stir of wind through abandoned weapons and unburied robes. Jedi and Sith alike vanished into legend, their bodies never recovered, their presence lingering only as a haunting emptiness. Ruusan became a grave not marked by tombstones but by absence. Elsewhere, the Republic declared the war over. With the Brotherhood of Darkness gone and the Jedi army of light shattered, peace was proclaimed, though it came at a terrible cost. Few Jedi masters remained. The Order was deeply wounded, its future uncertain. But not all was lost. A lone figure wandered the outer rim. Darth Bane, now unshackled from the failures of the Brotherhood, carried with him a vision. He believed the Sith must change or die forever. Power, he reasoned, must be concentrated, hidden, nurtured, passed down not through armies, but through lineage. One master, one apprentice, no more. He would write the Rule of Two in secret, inscribing its logic into holocrons, carving its truth into the next generation. The Sith would go underground, not vanquished, but patient. Bane would train an heir in the ways of true dominance, far from the eyes of the Jedi, far from the errors of prideful councils. Ruusan, now barren, served as the beginning of this secret legacy. Decades later, memorials were erected, but few understood what had truly occurred. Jedi pilgrims would occasionally visit, meditating near the site of the thought bomb, though none dared explore too deeply. Whispers claimed the spirits of the dead still wept below, trapped in an eternal loop, their cries felt in the Force by those who lingered too long. Even the Force seemed to avoid the place. What had been intended as a final strike became something far more dreadful. Not victory, not legacy, a wound, a scar on the galaxy's history, one that could not be rewritten, only remembered in silence and caution. Bane's new Sith Order would thrive in this silence. He took a name, not as a lord of a brotherhood, but as the architect of something sharper. His apprentices would not stand beside him. They would kneel or challenge. The path he laid was cruel, but focused, and in his solitude he smiled, knowing that the Sith would endure. Not as a legion, as a blade. And Ruusan, that silent world, remained behind, a monument not to glory, but to failure disguised as unity. The Brotherhood of Darkness had sought peace through numbers. In truth, they had only hastened their doom. From ashes, Bane built a creed. From silence, a legacy. The battlefield was silent. Not from the cease of blasters or the absence of breath, but because the Force itself recoiled from what had taken place. Ruusan had been undone, its fields twisted by power so unnatural the land no longer remembered life. No bones, no wreckage, no flame, just a void in the Force, cratered deep and humming faintly like a wound that refused to close. From the periphery of that stillness, a figure emerged. Darth Bane did not come to grieve. He came to witness the extinction of failure. The Brotherhood of Darkness had destroyed itself in pursuit of total war. They sought victory not through mastery, but through numbers, through consensus and dilution. It had made them predictable, vulnerable. Their final act, the thought bomb, had proved their undoing. No enemy had vanquished them. They had swallowed themselves. Bane saw it for what it was, proof that the Sith had lost their way. He walked among the lingering echoes not as a survivor, but as the only successor. Everything that had come before him, the rivalries, the councils, the betrayals, was ash now. He would not rebuild what had failed. He would start something that could not. He had already laid the foundation in secret. The ancient texts he had recovered before the war, fragments of the teachings of Darth Revan, legends of sorcery from the Treyus Academy, whispered of a purer path. These philosophies had not been shared among many, but passed between two, one to hold the power, one to covet it. Not unity, opposition, not democracy, dominance. Thus, the rule of two was born. To Bane, this was no doctrine for a council chamber. It was a survival mechanism. One master, one apprentice. No more. Power could not be split without weakening. The dark side was not a torch to be passed from hand to hand. It was a fire to be held by those who could bear the burn. Anything else was heresy. Anything else would lead, as before, to ruin. He discarded the titles of lord and brother. He needed no peer. Now he would seek an apprentice, not a soldier, not a servant, but a rival in the making, the one who could inherit his vision and eventually destroy him. That was the way it had to be. He traveled the mid-rim and beyond, moving through the aftershocks of the Jedi-Sith conflict. War refugees filled ports. Orphaned Force sensitives slipped unnoticed through the cracks of systems stretched thin. One of them, he believed, would carry the dark side forward. On Ambria, a world scarred by ancient sorcery, he found her. A girl no older than 10, eyes burning behind a curtain of fear and rage. She had killed with the Force, not by instinct, but by emotion so potent it fractured the mind of her attacker. Her name was Rain. To Bane, she was Xana. He did not tell her she was special. He told her she was chosen. Training began immediately. There were no temples, no holocrons handed freely, no robes, only blood, memory, and the brutal forging of will. Bane was not interested in creating a follower. He was cultivating the next link in a chain that would outlive civilizations. Xana was taught deception before aggression. She learned that knowledge, when hoarded, was more dangerous than any blade. Her mind was honed to slice before her saber ever did. And in the hollow spaces of Rusan and elsewhere, she began to see what Bane meant. The old Sith had been too loud, too open. Real power was patient, invisible, precise. They built nothing. They occupied nothing. The galaxy would forget the Sith, and that forgetting would become a weapon. As the Republic celebrated peace and the Jedi lowered their guard, two shadows retreated deeper into the unknown. Their names were not spoken. Their presence, like their purpose, became myth. But in silence, they studied. They learned the flaws of the past. They promised not to repeat them. Bane's rule was not prophecy. It was insurance. The Sith would not rise again as an empire, but as a lineage, razor-thin and deadly sharp. It would take centuries, perhaps more. That didn't matter. The future would belong to the one who waited longest. Bane's strength did not come from raw power alone. It came from the will to shape the future by destroying its flawed past. He knew the galaxy would recover. He knew the Jedi would lull themselves into the comfort of peace, mistaking quiet for victory. That was their greatest weakness, the belief that light prevailed simply because the dark went silent. He trained Xana not to fight battles, but to win wars she wouldn't live to see. They studied the archives of fallen Sith, not to repeat their feats, but to dissect their failures. Darth Revan's ambition had been vast, but divided. Nihilus had consumed indiscriminately, never learning restraint. The Brotherhood had mistaken numbers for supremacy. Even Exar Kun, for all his brilliance, had crumbled under the weight of his own spectacle. Bane demanded Xana learn their names and learn from their ends. She practiced sorcery, forbidden even among Sith texts, illusions that unraveled minds and hexes that bent the will of others. While Bane forged her body in endurance and pain, he forged her mind with cunning and misdirection. Her blade was an extension of her wit, not a replacement for it. Years passed, and with each one, the rule deepened. Xana began to question her master, but not out of disobedience, out of understanding. She recognized that one day, to fulfill the rule, she would have to strike him down. That inevitability bound them more tightly than affection ever could. Their bond was not love. It was design. Bane welcomed the challenge even as he watched for signs of betrayal. Yet, as time wore on, something in him shifted. Not fear, but curiosity. What if the rule itself could be improved? What if death at the hands of an apprentice was not the only outcome? He delved into experiments with essence transfer, seeking ways to preserve his spirit beyond his flesh, not to live forever, but to remain until the Sith were ready to emerge. He began crafting a ritual. It was complex, ancient, and dangerous, and Xana knew. She did not confront him immediately. Instead, she observed, measured, waited. This was her trial, not one given, but one taken. If she allowed Bane to extend his life unnaturally, the rule would fracture. If she failed to stop him, the lineage would become stagnant. She struck when the timing favored her, not in anger, but in precision. Their final confrontation was not theatrical. It was silent, seething with strategy. Lightning carved fissures into stone. Illusions wrapped around reality. Minds clashed long before blades did. Bane, even in defeat, admired her resolve. And when the battle ended, Xana stood alone. No witnesses, no armies, no coronation, only a single flame in the darkness. The torch passed, as it must be. She did not take the title of Dark Lady of the Sith publicly. The galaxy would not hear her name, but it would feel her decisions ripple in time. She took on her own apprentice, just as Bane had taken her. The line continued. Each master stronger than the last, each apprentice more cunning, more driven, more deadly. The rule of two was not meant for visibility. It was not meant to inspire fear in the moment. It was meant to seed fear across generations. To cultivate Sith not as conquerors, but as infiltrators, politicians, philosophers, scientists, shadows. For centuries, the Sith would vanish from galactic history, not because they had died, but because they had grown wise enough not to announce themselves. The Jedi, complacent and fractured, would dismiss old warnings as superstition. They would argue about prophecy and ignore the subtle shifts in the currents of the Force. The Republic, bloated by bureaucracy, would falter slowly enough not to notice, and through all of it, the Sith would endure. The rule worked not by acceleration, but attrition. While one hand reached toward power, the other hid in plain sight. And when the time came to strike, not as an army, but as a single surgical mind, the galaxy would not recognize the dagger until it was buried in its heart. Bane's name was buried with him, but his idea became immortal. The rule of two became the furnace in which every future Sith was cast. It would shape Plagueis. It would mold Sidious. It would echo all the way to Exegol, to empires born in shadows. But it started here, in the ash of a war that ended not with triumph, but with clarity. The Sith would never again fight among legions.
Strength would rise in isolation, perfected in secrecy.
From that design, the galaxy would one day burn. Beneath the fractured crust of the outer rim, past forgotten sectors and uncharted rifts, the legacy of the Sith endured, not in palaces, not in warships, but in whispers that never stopped echoing, In the gloom of derelict moons and buried fortresses, Darth Zana inherited more than Bane's teachings. She inherited a wound in the galaxy, and with it, the mandate to let it fester. Zana was not like her master. Where Bane was brute force and revolutionary fury, Zana was the slow poison, the silent thread that bound the Sith to a deeper, colder future. Her strength did not announce itself in destruction, but in corrosion of belief, of loyalty, of reality. She walked among the doomed, wearing smiles like armor, and collected secrets the way others gathered weapons. Her rise was neither loud nor bloody. It was meticulous. On Ambria, where her master nearly died and she found her turning point, Zana began to assemble the structures the rule of two would need to survive beyond memory. She recruited not followers, but instruments. Senators too compromised to speak, archivists too curious to turn away, Force sensitives broken enough to listen. What Bane had started in fire, Zana cooled into form. Her enemies didn't scream, they vanished. Her allies weren't fanatics, they were puppets, often unaware who held the strings. And behind it all, her mind, shaped by Sith sorcery, honed by experience, and untouched by sentiment, worked with precision. Each deception became a foundation stone. Each manipulation became a blueprint. She believed the Jedi had become complacent, their vigilance dulled by centuries of apparent peace. They had forgotten how shadows worked. That belief drove her obsession with creating Sith that would never again march in armies, never again light the galaxy with open flame. Instead, her Sith would take root like mold, undetected until the structure above collapsed. Under her direction, the Sith archive moved from ruins to memory. Ancient scrolls were not merely preserved, they were encoded in rituals, embedded in minds, transferred through acts of pain and loyalty. Zana did not build temples, she built vessels, minds that could not be broken by interrogation, carriers of Sith lore who might live ordinary lives until the hour came to awaken. Her methods extended to experiments of the flesh. Inspired by Bane's obsession with survival and whispers of ancient Sith alchemy, Zana sponsored underground work in genetic refinement and midichlorian sensitivity. In places where life was cheap and science unsupervised, she encouraged fringe researchers to explore forbidden edges. Most of them failed. Some went mad. A few succeeded just enough to pass on findings that would one day catch Plagueis' attention. It was in these acts, not battles, not conquests, that her mark deepened. The Sith were no longer just a lineage. Under Zana, they became a strategy that could not be rooted out. While the Jedi watched for invasions, the Sith had already begun to rewrite thought itself. And while Bane taught of strength through conflict, Zana refined that into survival through silence. She tested herself constantly, provoking threats that only she knew how to survive. Poisonings, ambushes, betrayals. Each was a rehearsal for a future where Sith could not afford mistakes. No apprentice of hers would be naive. No generation would rise without scars. But it was not all intellect and discipline. Within Zana, there remained a core of something unspoken, some black fire inherited from the massacre on Somoff Rit, where she had killed to protect her own soul. That moment shaped everything that followed, not because it taught her hate, but because it taught her clarity. A Sith, in Xana's eyes, was not just a wielder of power. A Sith was a weapon so refined it didn't need to strike to kill. That vision took root in her era, and those who came after never forgot. Though few would ever speak her name aloud, her legacy endured, not in stories, not in monuments, but in the precision of every Sith who followed, the ones who spoke little and planned much, the ones who smiled before the blade was drawn. For Xana knew, power that waits is power that endures. The galaxy above moved on, blind to the subterranean calculations of a lineage designed to outlast it. Republic archives brimmed with stories of peace, of reconstructed borders and flourishing trade lanes. But beneath that surface, the Sith endured, patient, evolving. Xana's system was built not to dominate the present, but to conquer the future. Her apprentice, chosen with the same cold calculation she applied to everything, was Darth Cognus, a being shaped less by ideals and more by inevitability. Cognus did not worship her master. She studied her, dissected her, learned the shape of her discipline like a ritual. She came from a world of seers and shadows, but Xana broke her superstition and replaced it with doctrine. The training was brutal, not through beatings or overt cruelty, but through psychological sieges. Cognus was made to doubt everything she believed until Xana's truth was all that remained. And when Cognus finally challenged her master, it was not an explosion, but a quiet duel deep beneath a forgotten ruin. No witnesses, no announcements, just one will extinguished, another refined. Cognus would later admit that the fight was not just against a master, it was against Xana's legacy itself. To surpass her, Cognus had to become what Xana had only hinted at, a Sith whose identity was nothing but function. Emotion had long been abandoned. Ambition, too, was not for glory, but continuity. Through Cognus, the rule of two moved forward like a virus, precise, quiet, untraceable. And the Sith continued to nurture seeds in places no Jedi would think to look. They planted doubts in senates. They whispered promises to exiled Force sensitives. They engineered moments of fear that would ripple into decades of erosion. Each act small, each effect irreversible. Among their deepest pursuits was the study of midichlorians, not to command them as Jedi did, but to reshape them. Xana's experiments had hinted at possibilities, sensitivity amplified, traits modified, lifespans extended. Cognus took these threads and carried them forward in silence, preserving them for the one apprentice who would one day push further. It would take generations before these fragmented studies found their ultimate expression in Darth Plagueis. But the groundwork began here. The Sith were no longer content with power through conquest. They wanted power through biology, through the Force itself, twisted to serve a single will. The underworlds of the galaxy, slums, research colonies, forgotten mining worlds, became their laboratories. There, where Republic oversight never reached, the Sith tested bodies and minds. Some subjects never survived. Others became something else. None remembered the names of their masters. Yet even as Sith power grew in secret, the Jedi sensed nothing. Their focus remained on the visible galaxy, unaware that their greatest threat no longer wore armor or bore red blades. It wore robes, smiles, and sometimes nothing at all. It passed through customs undetected. It cast no shadow until it was far too late. And this was Xana's triumph, not her victory over Bane, but the legacy of obscurity she engineered. The rule of two was not simply a method of succession. It was a discipline of extinction, of personality, of ego, of exposure. Every generation was a little more hidden, a little more surgical. Every apprentice was taught to think in centuries. From the ruins of Ruusan to the back alleys of Nar Shaddaa, from the ancient Sith runes etched into starship hulls to the encoded formulas whispered in dream rituals, the Sith passed down more than knowledge. They passed down behavior, strategy, silence. It is said that if the Jedi had looked into the shadows with clearer eyes, they might have seen the pattern. They might have seen the sudden disappearances of certain researchers, or the political collapses that made no sense. But they did not, and that too was part of the plan. By the time the Jedi would finally face a true Sith again, it would not be Xana or Cognos they met. It would be the culmination of centuries of invisible work, of doctrines polished in darkness, of ambition that no longer needed pride to function. And when that moment came, the Jedi would find themselves facing not a warrior, but a system. Xana did not live to see the end of the Jedi Order. She did not need to. She had already made it possible. And long after her death, in secret laboratories and echoing vaults, her whisper endured, laced into formulas, rituals, and the code by which Sith apprentices would test and betray their masters. It was not the loudest voices that changed history. It was the ones that knew when to vanish. A whisper, after all, can outlive a roar. Darth Plagueis was not born into power. He seized it, methodically, unhurriedly, as if the galaxy itself were an equation to solve. His true name, lost to most, belonged to a moon banking dynasty. But even before he took the name of the Sith, his mind had already wandered far beyond credit, profit, and ledgers. In hidden chambers beneath Moonilinst's towers, Plagueis studied life as others studied numbers, measuring, experimenting, tearing it apart to understand how it held together. He viewed the Force not as a mystical tide to surrender to, but as a mechanism, and mechanisms could be manipulated. To Plagueis, death was not a sacred boundary. It was an error in the system, a flaw, something that could, in time, be erased. While others obsessed over domination, armies and temples, he turned inward, into laboratories where no daylight reached, into genetic code and cellular decay, into the whispers that lived between the pulses of life. On Moonilinst, he created a network of researchers, none knowing the purpose of the whole. Some thought they were curing disease. Others believed they were studying Force mutations in rare species. No one understood they were pieces in Plagueis's grand hypothesis. that mortality could be unhooked from destiny, that the Force could be bent, not just sensed. He dissected Force-sensitive creatures, not out of cruelty, but curiosity. Each heart, each nerve, each flicker of power told him more about the language the Force used to speak to the body. And with each answer, he revised his thesis. Midichlorians were not simply indicators of potential. They were keys, living translators between spirit and cell. What if they could be amplified? What if they could be silenced? What if they could be rewritten? Not all his subjects survived. Some screamed until they ruptured. Others simply vanished, bodies eaten by the very energies he tried to weave into them. But Plagueis remained unmoved. The Force required sacrifice to yield its truths. If the Jedi feared such questions, it only proved their cowardice. He walked through chambers filled with preserved embryos, shadowed by prototypes that never drew breath. He tested injections that extended life by weeks, then months. He recorded each failure as if it were a step forward. He spoke aloud to the Force, not as a supplicant, but as a rival. Outside, the galaxy believed the Sith extinct. The Jedi, though alert, found no trails. Plagueis preferred it that way. Unlike Bane, he needed no pyres or declarations. His ambitions were not for now. They were for a century not yet written. A century in which the Sith would no longer need to reincarnate through vengeance and secrecy. They would simply never die. It was on Naboo, far from the laboratories of Moonilinst, that the next piece fell into place. A child, gifted, subtle, masked by charm, born into political elegance and trained in social silence. Plagueis watched him from afar at first. Palpatine, a son of Naboo, but not of its traditions. Cold where others were warm, ambitious where others were obedient. Plagueis approached him not as a monster, but as an answer. He whispered without words. He offered no promises, just doors. And Palpatine opened each of them without hesitation. The training was quiet. There were no scars, no battles, only manipulation, precision, shared purpose. In Palpatine, Plagueis saw the extension of his method, a Sith who could shape society without drawing a blade, a Sith who could kill with policy, who could unravel civilizations with a nod. Palpatine learned not only to deceive, but to adapt. His public face grew beloved, while his mind darkened further. He listened as Plagueis lectured on cellular immortality, on ancient rituals rewritten through science, on the possibility of manipulating conception itself. Yet even as his apprentice grew in influence, Plagueis remained focused on his true prize. He believed he was close. The ability to create life without union, the power to heal without limit, to reverse aging, to ascend. But the Force, even when understood as equation, still punished arrogance. In secret vaults beneath Moonilinst, Darth Plagueis initiated the final phase of his grand design. The ritual was not arcane in the traditional sense. There were no flames licking at the stone walls, no chanting cults in blood-red robes. Instead, there were machines, silent as tombs. There were tanks of nutrient-rich fluid, infused with midi-chlorian vectors and coded commands. Lights pulsed in rhythmic sequences, each one signaling a test, a trial, a turn of the cosmic dial. He placed his own cells into engineered hosts, stripped of identity, purged of imperfection. Some failed before the first breath. Others screamed at their unnatural rebirth. Yet there were results, patterns, responses. The Force did not reject him. It hesitated. It trembled. He saw the threshold where death could be delayed, maybe even denied. His calculations grew more confident. The dreams that haunted lesser Sith became to him a blueprint nearly fulfilled. And still, he remained hidden. Plagueis knew the galaxy must never see the hand behind the veil. While Palpatine climbed the ladder of politics, charming senators, charming Naboo, charming even the Jedi, his master stayed in the shadows, pulling the strings without ever letting the audience see the puppeteer. The Sith, as envisioned by Bane, had always been a hidden fire. But Plagueis refined that flame into something colder, something surgical. His apprentice flourished. Palpatine developed contacts among crime syndicates, manipulated trade disputes, and seeded unrest across sectors without ever raising suspicion. The Jedi, stretched thin by their own diplomacy, sensed a disturbance, but misread its nature. The Force had begun to cloud, not by accident, but by Plagueis's design. One evening, in the penthouse above the works of Coruscant, Plagueis paused his experiments to reflect. He stood before a viewport that stretched beyond the smog and glittering towers. Below, trillions lived unaware of the storm brewing above them. It was all working. The Sith were no longer crawling out from ruin. They were rewriting the terms of galactic destiny. But destiny, as ever, has its own arc. Palpatine watched. He calculated. He memorized every formula, every method, every weakness. For all his brilliance, Plagueis had made one fatal misjudgment. He believed control over death meant control over betrayal. He mistook obedience for loyalty. On the night of triumph, when Plagueis declared the final formula ready, the betrayal came. Palpatine did not shout. He did not monologue. He poured the sedative into his master's drink with the same hand he once used to sign treaties. He struck when the elder Sith slept, not with a blade, but with silence. The master who had unraveled death was denied a final moment of awareness. No farewell, no resistance, just the end. With Plagueis dead, the secrets of his work, his incomplete ritual, his shattered path to immortality, became Palpatine's inheritance, but not his burden. The younger Sith did not grieve. He did not preserve the research. He absorbed what was useful and discarded the rest. To him, power meant dominion, not longevity. He wanted the galaxy, not eternity. Yet echoes of Plagueis's work persisted. Midi-chlorian experiments resurfaced in twisted forms. Rumors spread in the unknown regions of cloned bodies that degraded too fast, of hosts that bore power but lacked identity. Behind the imperial throne, whispers swirled. of secret labs on distant moons, of projects given coded names and dark funding. Some said Palpatine tried to replicate what his master began. Others believed he only wanted a vessel strong enough to hold his own spirit. But one truth could not be denied. The alchemy of death had not ended. It had only evolved. Long after Plagueis' body was gone, his influence remained. His obsession rippled through Imperial science divisions. It haunted the corridors of Exegol, where shadows twisted into shape and Sith cultists spoke of resurrection as inevitability. The idea that death was a failure, not a fate, became doctrine among those who served darkness in secrecy. The Jedi, if they ever learned the full extent, never said so. Perhaps they feared what it meant. That even in defeat, the Sith learned. That even from the ashes of treachery, dark knowledge survived. Among ruins and among stars, there lingered the haunting possibility that Plagueis had been right all along. On the upper tiers of Coruscant, daylight never truly fades. Reflected in durasteel and plastiglass, it bends through towers that stretch like monuments to control. And yet, in the spaces between meetings, within silences no one dared interpret, a darker order was already in motion. Not with sabers drawn, not with banners raised. It moved through conversation. Senator Palpatine of Naboo, articulate and affable, built his power one gesture at a time, a hand resting gently on another's shoulder, a pause before answering, a vote cast not because it mattered, but because it would be remembered. He did not lead with fear. He led with understanding, calculated, careful understanding of everyone's ambition, insecurity, or guilt. His rise was not swift, it was precise. To many, he was moderation incarnate. But to those he deemed useful, he became indispensable. In the decade following the Naboo crisis, he positioned himself as the one man who spoke for unity while watching the cracks widen. Not by intervention, but by silence. And that silence gave him room to maneuver. When a minor planetary dispute flared into chaos, his response was not to extinguish it, but to observe who stepped forward to exploit it. When the Jedi Council hesitated over increasing involvement in politics, he praised their restraint. But privately, he took note of every delay, every fracture, every instance when public faith in the order dimmed. By the time the separatist movement gained traction, Palpatine was no longer just a senator. He was the Republic's center of gravity. His mastery came not from charisma alone, but from an uncanny ability to offer what people wanted before they could ask for it. The war gave him the final gift. Through the emergency powers granted during the Clone Wars, he did not seize control. It was handed to him, unanimously, gratefully. And no one saw Sidious behind the mask. The Sith Order had waited 1,000 years for a moment like this. One shadow, one voice, now guided both sides of a galactic war. Count Dooku, once a Jedi Master, played his role as the figurehead of resistance. His grievances were real, but his solutions were planted. Every act of rebellion empowered the very chancellor he opposed. Meanwhile, Jedi Knights died in systems they barely understood, fighting battles that brought them further from their values. The public no longer viewed them as peacekeepers. They were now generals, commanders, and figureheads of an outdated code that failed to adapt to war. Sidious allowed the contradictions to pile up. Each one deepened the Republic's exhaustion. As fear replaced dialogue and desperation replaced diplomacy, he offered only poise. Never too bold, never too distant. Every speech he gave seemed like reassurance. Yet each word carried poison. His enemies underestimated him because he never appeared aggressive. He never issued demands. He waited. He maneuvered. When opponents disappeared or reversed positions, no one thought to ask why. When legislation passed too easily, no one traced the hands that counted votes behind closed doors. The Force itself grew clouded during his ascendancy. Jedi Masters meditated for hours, only to return with unease they could not name. The temple on Coruscant stood as it always had, but a strange coldness lingered in its halls. The Council felt it. Yoda felt it. And still, they could not place it. That was Sidious's triumph. Not dominance through confrontation, but through erosion. Not deception through lies, but by showing only what was convenient. The Sith had been reborn in secrecy, evolved beyond the need for grand battles or temples of stone. Their new form walked among senators and scholars, veiled in protocol, steeped in patience. Sidious had studied the failures of his predecessors and vowed not to repeat them. He did not crave applause. He craved inevitability. In moments of solitude, when the lights dimmed and duties paused, he withdrew beneath the surface, into vaults, archives, and laboratories none dared to enter. There, he began projects Plagueis had only dreamed of: the manipulation of essence, the preservation of identity beyond death, the reconstitution of life itself. He wasn't merely building an empire. He was perfecting a throne no one else could inherit. And in that vision, the galaxy was already his. Though Naboo had crowned him senator, it was Coruscant that made him sovereign. Within the marbled corridors of the Senate, Palpatine played a longer game than even his master foresaw. Every glance, every phrase was wrapped in courtesy, layered in ambiguity. Where others shouted, he listened. Where others acted, he waited. His genius was patience wrapped in protocol. Darth Plagueis had underestimated him. For all the moon's theories and experiments, he had failed to sense the moment ambition turned to betrayal. That moment came not in a duel of blades, but in a quiet room during a celebration. Plagueis died as he had lived, seeking answers in isolation, while his apprentice toasted to unity before the galaxy. A single act dissolved the rule of two's last restriction. For the first time in centuries, the apprentice no longer waited for permission. The Sith had become evolution itself. Behind smiling teeth and political grace, Sidious began constructing shadows. Each office he earned became a foundation stone in the dark architecture of the coming empire. The Trade Federation crisis was not misfortune. It was orchestration. War was never a chaos to be avoided, but a rhythm to be written. And so, Palpatine composed a symphony. Darth Maul, Zabrak assassin and weapon of rage, was the first note. Forged in hate, trained in pain, Maul's life was never his own. It was the sharp edge of Sidious's vision. Sent to act as a phantom threat, Maul lured Jed'aii into a false sense of discovery. His death was no loss, only a shift in tempo. Where Maul was fury, Count Dooku was refinement. A fallen Jedi of noble blood, Dooku lent credibility to the separatist movement. Under the name Darth Tyrannus, he orchestrated a war with Sidious that appeared to split the galaxy, when in truth, it wrapped both sides around the same finger. Clone troopers were bred from Kaminoan laboratories, commissioned under false names. Jedi became generals, a role they were never meant to fill, and their moral clarity began to blur in the fog of battle. Sidious stood at the center of this unraveling, untouched. To the Republic, he was the calm steward of democracy. To the Sith, he was the culmination of millennia. Every victory was hollow for the Jedi. Every gain by the separatists served only to increase fear and dependency, and Sidious fed on both. Coruscant became his crucible. From the underground levels of 500 Republica to the Chancellor's office in the spire above, Sidious connected every layer of civilization, from crime syndicates to senators. Through manipulation and leverage, he created a galaxy-wide system of debt. Jedi who once navigated by truth found themselves led by reports, manipulated intelligence, and skewed optics. Anakin Skywalker was the linchpin. The Jedi Council saw power and promise in him, but Sidious saw volatility and fear. More importantly, he saw loyalty, misguided and desperate, for someone who could offer security. Where the Jedi gave lectures, Sidious gave attention. Where the Jedi spoke of prophecy, Sidious offered direction. And so, the Chancellor leaned in. He praised Anakin's insight, encouraged his doubts, and subtly vilified the Council's rigidity. Behind closed doors, he whispered of legends long suppressed, of Sith who learned to keep death at bay, of truths hidden in archives buried or burned. All the while, the war escalated. Republic and separatist alike bled for a lie. The dark side did not erupt in a single moment. It thickened slowly, like fog in a sealed chamber. In the upper levels of Coruscant, meetings grew shorter, emergency powers longer. Peace became a myth used to justify more violence. Even the Jedi, keepers of balance, began compromising to preserve the illusion of control. Sidious fed the war as one might stoke coals in a furnace. Each flame burned away oversight. Each explosion left the galaxy more eager for a firm hand. As the Jedi fought battles in distant star systems, the Chancellor tightened his grip at home. Beneath the surface, temples and shrines once used for Sith rituals were being reclaimed, repurposed, and restocked. The Sith did not hide. they prepared. When Palpatine meditated, it was not for serenity. It was to project his influence across entire sectors. He bent fear to his will, turned dread into inertia, and waited. By the time the Jedi began to question, it was too late. The war had reshaped their order. They were soldiers now, no longer mystics, no longer balanced. Their deaths would not come in battle, but by design. The final curtain had not yet fallen, but the audience had already forgotten it was a performance. What had begun as manipulation had become doctrine. The people did not fear tyranny, they craved it, so long as it promised peace. And at the center of this web, the puppet emperor smiled, knowing every string led back to his hand. Smoke drifted through shattered domes and orbital rings as battlefields spread across the stars. What had begun as a political fracture had become a galaxy-spanning war, choreographed from the shadows by a figure few suspected and fewer understood. Chancellor Palpatine, draped in the authority of the Republic, now held power over systems, soldiers, and secrets. Yet behind the mask of governance, the Sith Lord Sidious executed a strategy centuries in the making. The Clone Wars were not a spontaneous eruption of conflict. They were cultivated stage by stage to spread fear, exhaust opposition, and manipulate allegiance. The separatist movement, born from legitimate grievances, had been poisoned at the root. Count Dooku, once Jedi Master, and now Darth Tyrannus, steered the Confederacy under Sidious's command, ensuring that both sides of the war served the same hidden master. Across Kamino, thousands of clones emerged from the sterile vats of Tipoca City, engineered warriors, obedient and relentless. Commissioned under the name of a Jedi who had long vanished, their true origins remained buried beneath deception. The Republic embraced these soldiers without understanding the control embedded within them. Every blaster they carried, every battle they fought, slowly brought the Jedi closer to extinction. Jedi generals led campaigns they never asked for. Their role as peacekeepers twisted into that of warlords. They strode across ruined cities and burning skies, uncertain whether their efforts were healing the galaxy or hastening its collapse. Their connection to the Force dulled amid the screams of battle, while Sidious watched from Coruscant, untouched, smiling. One by one, stars became war zones. The siege of Ryloth, the defense of Christophsis, the betrayal on Umbara. Each engagement tested the Jedi's resolve while validating the Senate's reliance on Palpatine's emergency powers. He expanded his reach not through conquest, but through compliance. The more the Jedi bled for the Republic, the tighter the chains became. General Grievous, the cyborg terror crafted by the Confederacy, tore through fleets and temples alike, leaving only smoke in his wake. Yet even he was just another piece. Feared, but expendable. Sidious had no need for heroes, only tools. Dooku, his apprentice in the open, played the villain to unite the Republic behind Palpatine's rising grip. And when his purpose was fulfilled, his end would come swiftly. In chambers lit by cold light, Jedi debated their own fading relevance. Council meetings, once full of vision, had become crisis management sessions. They sensed the darkness, but could not locate its source. Sidious moved behind veils of legitimacy and custom, hiding beneath the very structures that had once hunted his kind. Meanwhile, beneath the galactic capital, secrets coiled. Clones, conditioned with implanted loyalty, carried protocols none of their commanders knew. Order 66, a phrase buried deep in their neural pathways, lay dormant, until the moment would arrive to awaken it. The war's design was brilliant in its cruelty. Each Jedi death served two goals: reducing resistance and justifying more centralization of power. Each planetary crisis demanded another executive decree. The galaxy's descent was not a tumble, it was a controlled spiral tightened by a single hand. As years passed, loyalty to the Republic became loyalty to Palpatine alone. Statues were built, war memorials were etched with his name. The Senate chambers, once a place of debate, echoed mostly with approval. Voices of dissent were softened by exhaustion. Even Padme Amidala, one of the few who questioned the war's cost, found herself alone in her fears. In the shadowed archives of the Jedi Temple, whispers began to stir. Knights reported visions of robed figures beyond the veil. Padawans meditated and heard silence in the Force. Mace Windu, hardened and stern, felt the noose tightening, though he couldn't see from where it came. Amid these omens, a boy turned soldier, turned knight, grew stronger. Anakin Skywalker, hero of the war and embodiment of Republic hope, stood at the fulcrum, trusted by the Chancellor, respected by his peers, feared by his enemies. Yet inside, cracks had formed. Loss, love, frustration. Palpatine saw all of it. And where the Jedi saw danger, Sidious saw opportunity. The pieces were nearly aligned. The board was nearly full. But Sidious had not spent decades planning only for war. He had crafted a moment, a trigger, a finale in fire. It began not with blaster fire, but with a whisper, spoken in confidence behind the polished walls of the Senate, and seeded in dreams shared only with one. Palpatine leaned closer to Anakin Skywalker, not as a ruler, but as a confidant. He spoke not of governance, but of fear. Fear of loss, fear of death, fear that the Jedi would never understand. The dark side offered many paths, some unnatural. That phrase would haunt the galaxy forever. The Clone Wars had done more than exhaust the Republic. They had placed every Jedi where they could be isolated and eliminated. Far from Coruscant, surrounded by those bred to obey a secret command, they were scattered like leaves before a coming storm. Then, the moment came. Sidious shed his final mask. In a voice as cold as Durasteel, he spoke. Execute Order 66. Across the stars, helmets turned, loyal eyes narrowed, and blasters rose. Jedi generals who had once inspired entire battalions now fell at the hands of those they had led. Ki Adi Mundi collapsed in a snowfield of Maigito. Ayla Secura fell among blossoms on Felucia. Plo Koon's fighter spiraled into fire. Even younglings sheltered in the temple were not spared. Anakin Skywalker, now Darth Vader, led the massacre on Coruscant himself. Lightsaber drawn, he stormed the Jedi Temple, ending those he had once protected. The archives burned, the young perished, and the light dimmed across the core. As the Jedi fell, the Republic transformed. Senators stood in uneasy silence as Palpatine declared the war over, the Jedi traitors, and the Republic reborn. The Galactic Empire emerged not in rebellion, but in thunderous applause. What the Sith could not take by sword, they claimed by law. Across the Outer Rim, survivors ran. Obi-Wan Kenobi, cloaked in grief, vanished into exile. Yoda, bearer of centuries, faded into shadow on Dagobah. Their failure was not just tactical, it was spiritual. They had trusted too much, seen too little. And the clones, now turned executioners, marched without question. The inhibitor chips ensured compliance, but the consequences went deeper. For many, the war had defined their existence. With the Jedi gone, they became ghosts of a forgotten army, obedient yet hollow. Some questioned, some defected. But the grand machine pressed on, indifferent to conscience. In the years that followed, the galaxy bore scars that did not heal. Families mourned not just the dead, but the certainty they had once believed in. Children born after the fall knew only the Empire, its version of truth printed on banners and taught in schools. The Jedi became myths, traitors in one telling, martyrs in another. Yet in the quiet, something endured. The Force had not chosen sides. It remained, waiting. For every star extinguished, another flickered in the dark. Hope does not always march. It hides, heals, and waits for its time. For the Sith, victory was not just military, it was symbolic. The cycle begun millennia ago, in Exiles and Shadows, had come full circle. The rule of two had triumphed. A Sith now ruled openly, without fear, cloaked in legitimacy. Darth Bane's vision had taken root and spread across the stars. But as history always warned, the darker the fire, the colder the ash. Even empires built on fear must reckon with what they bury. Sidious had won through deception, brutality, and brilliance. But in doing so, he had awakened enemies not yet born and lit paths not yet walked. The Jedi Order had been broken, but the Force remained. The Inquisitorius would be born, hunting the few who survived. But resistance would form. In the shadow of collapse, seeds of rebellion stirred. Not all wars end in silence. Some end in breathing masks and broken stars. And still, the game was not over. The Sith had won a battle older than memory, but the Force, in its balance, had not yet spoken its last word. Coruscant was never truly dark. Even at midnight, the sky rippled with artificial light, painted by repulsor lift traffic and advertisement towers. But on a single day in 19th BBY, The planet's brightness concealed a silence more profound than shadow. High above the city, beyond the shimmering skyline, the Jedi Temple stood like a fortress of memory, an ancient sentinel to peace, to order, and to 1,000 forgotten victories. Within its hallowed halls, 1,000 generations of Jedi teachings echoed. The floors bore the weight of countless initiates. The walls remembered the words of long-dead masters, and the meditation chambers once held stillness deeper than any void. All of it was about to be undone, not by war or siege, but by trust. The Order had survived Sith uprisings, Mandalorian wars, and the darkness of attrition, but it would not survive the betrayal of kin. The very clone soldiers bred to protect the Republic now stood at its throat, primed for a command designed long before the first battle droid had ever fired a shot. Order 66. It was not just an execution order. It was a system-wide silencing, a ritual born not of the Force, but of foresight and cruelty. The moment it was given, Jedi everywhere became enemies of the state. From the barren fields of Felucia to the vertical mines of Utapau, their lightsabers flickered in disbelief before falling to the ground, extinguished by the hands they once led into war. Master Plo Koon, betrayed mid-flight over Cato Neimoidia, never had time to ignite his blade. Aayla Secura fell amid the blooming plants of Felucia, her allies turning before she could speak. Ki Adi Mundi, at the front lines on Megiddo, led a charge that would become his last. Each betrayal was efficient. None were accidental. On Coruscant, silence fell heavier than gunfire. The temple became a mausoleum before a single shot was fired. Marching up its steps was not an army of unknown invaders, but the 501st Legion, blue-striped helmets gleaming under the torchlight of a falling sun. At their head walked a figure cloaked not in Jedi robes, but in the authority of the dark side. Anakin Skywalker, Knight of the Order, chosen of prophecy and father-to-be, was gone. What entered the temple that night was something else entirely. His face bore no mask, but his eyes glowed with something unrecognizable. He did not hesitate. He did not pause. Even the younglings felt it, the fracture in the Force, the rift in his soul. Room by room, the slaughter unfolded. Blades met blades, but most met blaster fire first. Holocrons shattered, ancient scrolls burned, and statues crumbled beneath trooper boots. The archive droid still whispered names of long-past Jedi, as if reciting obituaries in real time. The Force itself recoiled, as if gasping. Not every Jedi fell that day. A handful vanished into hiding, guided by instinct and luck. Masters like Obi-Wan Kenobi and Yoda sensed the unraveling moments before the cord snapped. Even then, they barely survived. Not because they were stronger, but because destiny required them elsewhere. Elsewhere, in the Senate building, democracy died not with thunder, but applause. Chancellor Palpatine, his face twisted from the duel with Mace Windu, stood before the gathered senators with carefully crafted words. He named the Jedi traitors. He promised security. And in a single declaration, the Republic transformed into the Galactic Empire. No vote was denied. No hand was raised in protest. The galaxy welcomed its change with cheers. It was the culmination of 1,000 moves made in silence. Sidious had not needed an army of Sith. He needed patience. For decades he had shaped every player on the board. He had poisoned the Senate, inflamed the outer systems, and disguised manipulation as compromise. The clone wars were never about victory. They were about erosion. And at last, the final stone gave way. Across the stars, Jedi temples smoldered. Communications went dead. Beacons were silenced or altered, luring survivors into traps. The galaxy learned to fear the very guardians it once revered. Within the temple ruins, the archives still hummed. Somewhere beneath stone and ash, lights flickered as the mainframe continued to store centuries of knowledge, untainted, unprotected. The Force had not died. It had only lost its voice. Outside, a storm gathered, not of weather, but of legacy. The Jedi Order had fallen, but not the Jedi. The ruins of the Jedi Temple remained standing for months, a monument to the end of an era. Even as reconstruction efforts reshaped Coruscant's skyline to reflect the Emperor's new regime, that building, once sacred, was left untouched, as if to let its desecration speak for itself. Patrols walked its perimeter, sensors guarded its doors, but none could silence what lingered in the walls. The dead whispered. Some said you could still hear the footsteps of Padawans in the training halls, or the gentle voice of Jocasta Nu calling out texts from the archives, her presence burned into the data stacks. But the living did not return to listen. They had already scattered into caves, freighters, alleys, and nameless colonies on nameless moons. The survivors lived in the cracks, hidden in plain sight, or buried under new identities. Obi-Wan vanished into the desert sands of Tatooine. His robes were exchanged for rags, his name reduced to myth. Yoda, last of the Grand Masters, disappeared into the swamps of Dagobah, where even the Force felt choked by time. They were not the only ones. A temple initiate named Cal Kestis would become a fugitive. A librarian would raise a secret army of memories. These were not Jedi as the galaxy remembered, but fragments. Children still born with strange instincts, healing touches, or visions in dreams were no longer summoned to Coruscant. Their parents were no longer proud. They were terrified, because to be born sensitive to the Force was no longer a blessing. It was a target. And so began the Inquisition. Formed under the shadow of Darth Vader, the Inquisitorius hunted down remaining Jedi and Force sensitives. They were once Jedi themselves, turned, broken, or threatened into service. Each bore a scar. Each bore a saber that spun like a wheel of death. Their purpose was simple: extinguish every ember. Planets that once welcomed Jedi visits now trembled at Imperial probes. Outer Rim settlements reported disappearances. A village would resist once, and then vanish entirely. Rumors spread of a fortress in the Mustafar system, where prisoners screamed against obsidian walls, their minds unraveled by Sith interrogation techniques and dark side alchemy. Vader himself led many of these hunts. He moved like a wound wrapped in armor, a living reminder of what power without restraint could become. His presence brought silence. His saber brought conclusions. Jedi who had once taught him now faced his wrath. Temples, shrines, and sacred places were burned in his wake. He was no longer Anakin. He was the end of every unfinished lesson. But in all their terror, the survivors never forgot. Some passed on what they knew in secret, teaching not the full code, but pieces, a form of defiance, a prayer for the future, a meditation here, a form there. Enough to remind the galaxy that the Force did not belong to Palpatine, that its will flowed deeper than doctrine or decree. Meanwhile, the Emperor set his eyes beyond the stars. His new order wasn't merely political, it was spiritual. Through secret cults and hidden experiments, he sought to reshape the very nature of life and death. But that was for later. Now, he let the galaxy breathe beneath his boot. Stormtroopers replaced clone units. The Senate became ceremonial. Voices of dissent evaporated under veiled threats. Worlds that once negotiated with the Republic now paid tithes to an empire that answered only to one voice. It was the most peaceful the galaxy had ever seemed. Because peace, as the Sith defined it, was the absence of resistance. Yet even then, cracks formed. Whispers of rebel cells began to circulate. Senators met in quiet back rooms. Smugglers transported more than spice. Sometimes they carried hope. Jedi relics surfaced on black markets. Holocrons flickered to life in unmarked vaults. And somewhere, on forgotten worlds, young beings felt the Force stir in their bones and did not yet know they were supposed to be afraid. The Jedi Order was gone. Its structure burned, its temple defiled, its members hunted. But the Force does not obey legislation. It weaves through the universe like breath, pausing, but never ceasing. And in the corners of forgotten temples, and under the stars of silent moons, the legacy waited. Not for permission, but for awakening. Mustafar seethed beneath blood-colored skies, its surface cracked and boiling, a wound that refused to close. Rivers of molten rock crept through jagged channels as if the planet itself groaned in protest at what it hosted. Above the flowing magma, the fortress stood, black, jagged, unwelcoming, not built for defense, nor for beauty, but as a monument to control. This was Vader's domain. It was here that fear was sharpened into obedience, and history was bent under flame. Within those walls, silence held authority. Lights flickered dimly, illuminating corridors where shadows stretched like claws. The former Jedi Knight, who had once loved, once dreamed, now walked with the weight of extinction on his shoulders. No longer Anakin Skywalker, no longer man, not fully machine. He was something else. A broken vessel filled with purpose. A hammer wielded by a darker hand. Darth Vader did not merely obey. He carried out the will of the Sith with terrible precision. Where Jedi had once walked as shepherds, he descended as judgment. He did not speak often. He did not need to. His breath was warning enough, and his blade did not waver. As the last apprentice of Darth Sidious, he was the embodiment of the new Sith doctrine, ruthless, efficient, and devoid of remorse. But he was not the only blade in the dark. The Inquisitorius was formed in the Empire's early years, an elite order of Jedi hunters plucked from the ranks of the fallen. Many had once worn brown robes and answered to the code, but pain had changed them. Torture, temptation, the slow erosion of belief. They emerged from that crucible twisted into something else, tools shaped by fear, shame, and rage. Each Inquisitor was given a number, not a name. Their identities were stripped like the ranks they had once held. The second sister, the 9th brother, the 10th. They answered only to Vader, and through him, the Emperor. Trained to wield lightsabers with mechanical cruelty, they hunted survivors of Order 66 across forgotten outposts and dying moons. But even among them, fear lingered. They feared their master. Not the Emperor, but the shadow they followed through the Force. Vader did not tolerate failure. He corrected it. He offered no illusions of redemption, only reminders of consequence. Many Inquisitors had metal limbs or scarred features, marks of their lessons. To displease him was to meet ruin, and yet they served him loyally. Some out of fear, some because deep down they believed that power justified pain. The Jedi who remained in hiding were not warriors anymore. They were ghosts, drifters, farmers on desert planets, mechanics on city stations. They no longer ignited sabers unless cornered. But the Inquisitors found them, drawn by scent, memory, or mere suspicion. And when they did, the result was rarely a duel. It was a slaughter. Still, not all hunts ended cleanly. There were near misses, escapes, defections. A boy named Ezra, a girl named Ahsoka, a master named Kanan. Names the Inquisitors learned to loathe. Each survivor kept alive the flicker of rebellion, not merely against the Empire, but against the idea that all had been lost. And beneath all of this, in chambers hidden even from the Empire's own records, experiments continued. Sidious sought mastery not just over systems, but over nature itself. Cloning, alchemical transference, dark rituals drawn from forgotten tombs. Vader, for all his power, knew he was not the heir his master truly desired. He had failed to protect Padme. He had failed to claim Mustafar on his own terms. Now he obeyed, but always with the question, was he just another in a long line of servants? Would the Emperor one day discard him as easily as he discarded the Republic? These questions fermented inside his chamber, where silence hummed louder than machines. And when his limbs ached or the pain surged too high, He returned to the meditation pod, opening it to the air of Mustafar, as if the heat itself could cauterize memory. What the galaxy did not know was that the Sith had always planned succession, always layered contingency. From Bane to Sidious, the line had never truly broken, only changed names, changed methods. Vader was not the culmination of Sith legacy. He was its latest interpreter, its current voice, but not its final one. Because even as he scoured the stars for Jedi remnants and delivered death with mechanized certainty, others watched from deeper shadows. Acolytes in exile, cults that worshipped the ancient ways, hidden groups who believed the rule of two was too narrow, too fragile. They gathered scrolls, relics, fragments of truth, waiting for the day when the Empire would falter and the Sith could be reborn, not as a secret, but as destiny. Beneath the molten veins of Mustafar, Vader continued his quiet war. He carved down insurgents, hunted those with knowledge of the old ways, and stood at the Emperor's right hand as a sentinel of obedience. Yet not even the Emperor could extinguish what still lived within the fractured shell of Anakin Skywalker. In secret, Vader studied forbidden knowledge, scrolls preserved from the archives of Ossus, fragments of Sith doctrine once declared too dangerous even for lords. He meditated on the contradictions between servitude and destiny, between power and freedom. The very teachings that had once seduced him now became his prison. He had helped build the Empire to bring peace, and in doing so, he had helped create the machinery of endless suffering. Mustafar became a place of reflection as much as command. Its brutal landscape mirrored his soul. Fire that never died, ground that never healed. He walked those blackened halls alone, imagining what the future might hold if he no longer knelt. But Sidious was always watching, always reminding. "Power serves purpose," the Emperor once hissed through grinning teeth, "but only when purpose kneels." So Vader knelt, outwardly. Yet he began to craft his own purpose, one shaped not by loyalty to Sidious, but by the dream of breaking the chain. If the Sith had always passed knowledge from master to apprentice, then perhaps the key to liberation was not destruction, but transformation. That transformation needed a successor, not just another blade, but a legacy that could rise higher than rage. Whispers reached Vader from deep space. Among them, rumors of hidden children, force-sensitive, powerful, unclaimed by either order. There were attempts. Some failed, others vanished. Yet the idea endured, that through a chosen heir, the line might continue, not in chains, but with choice. Meanwhile, across the outer rim, the Inquisitors spread out like blood in water. Their numbers thinned over time, some slain, some consumed by the madness that came from hunting former comrades. Yet their work reshaped the galaxy. Entire sectors fell quiet. Temples crumbled. Holocrons were lost forever. The past was being erased piece by piece, rewritten in fear and flame. Ahsoka Tano, once Anakin's Padawan, emerged as a thorn in that erasure. Surviving not by darkness, nor by doctrine, she walked a path between. Her resistance echoed across dying stars. A reminder that not all who walked away from the Jedi chose to fall. She knew what Vader had been. She saw through the armor. And in rare moments, when their paths crossed, something deeper stirred behind the mask. A ghost. A guilt that even Sidious could not burn out. Elsewhere, ancient cults plotted beneath collapsed cathedrals and shattered moons. They preserved rites older than Bane's laws, older even than the Great Hyperspace War. Some called them heretics, others the true Sith. These hidden sects rejected the rule of two. They sought multiplicity, resurrection, empire not of soldiers, but of spirit. And while the Empire's gaze remained fixed on rebellion and control, these cults tunneled deeper into history, resurrecting ideas long believed extinct. Among them, the acolytes of the Beyond began collecting Sith artifacts, masks, blades, corrupted kyber. They believed these relics housed fragments of dark spirits, echoes of past lords who could be communed with or perhaps reborn. Their rituals were quiet at first, then bolder. They were not many, but they were faithful, and they watched Mustafar. For them, Vader was not a servant. He was a symbol, the bridge between past and future. And Sidious, he had his own plans. Project after project, unfolded from Imperial laboratories. Some, like the contingency, were designed to ensure the Empire could never truly die. Others, like Exegol, were kept buried in the unknown regions, untouched by even the Inquisitors. There, hidden from all light, the Emperor prepared for a future no one had guessed. A legacy beyond death. A final order born not from tradition, but from replication and divine control. Vader was never told of these designs. His loyalty was assumed absolute, but he felt it, felt the shift, the tension beneath every command. The dark side never lied. It whispered that his time was finite, that his master had moved on to newer vessels. That truth sealed his final choices. When the boy from Tatooine, Luke Skywalker, emerged from the stars, everything cracked open. Vader felt the Force call not in command, but in mercy. He saw in Luke not just an enemy, not merely a challenge, but a chance. The son he thought lost, the future he could not be. And in that choice, the legacy of the Sith flickered, not ended, not defeated, but redirected. Because while the Death Star fell, and Sidious with it, the truths of the dark side remained, hidden, whispered, waiting. The Sith never truly die. They adapt. They survive in fragments, within cults, bloodlines, shadows. Vader's fall did not end them. His final act did not erase the fire, but it lit a path, one his inheritors would follow. Exegol lay beyond the navigable charts of the known galaxy. cloaked by gravitational maelstroms and nebulae so thick they devoured the signals of passing ships. Lightning cracked across a violet-black sky with no stars. Beneath this blind tempest, a barren wasteland stretched endlessly, broken only by towers that pulsed with unnatural light and shrines buried in dust that predated the Republic itself. No Republic scout had ever returned with its coordinates. No Jedi had sensed its pulse. It was not forgotten, it had never been known. Here, the Sith endured. After the death of Darth Sidious on the second Death Star, the galaxy believed the ancient darkness extinguished. The Emperor was gone. Vader, too. The Empire fractured. But even as fireworks exploded above Endor and voices shouted of freedom, something deeper stirred in the unknown regions, something older than any dynasty. It waited beneath dead skies and lightning-veined horizons. The Sith eternal cult had never ceased. While Palpatine ruled the Senate and the stars, they whispered beneath Exegol's surface. Hidden in subterranean vaults, they built ships without number. Star destroyers forged not for defense, but for dominion. Each vessel housed a planet-killer cannon, tools not of war, but of silence. They were not designed to conquer. They were made to erase. The architects of this final order were not imperial commanders or moffs. They were acolytes, chosen through generations of secrecy and faith. Most had never left the planet. They had never seen Coruscant, nor breathed in the air of any world beyond the tombs they served. They knew only ritual. Each sunrise was marked by offering, each dusk a vow renewed. They read not from books, but from walls etched with Sith prophecy. Their purpose was singular, to serve the dark, no matter who wore its mask. Beneath the largest spire, the body of Sidious had not decayed. Through Sith, alchemy and cloning, his spirit endured, anchored by science twisted into sorcery. His mind had leapt from the fire of Endor into a shell unfit for him. The vessel was incomplete, ravaged by the power it housed. But even in this broken body, he commanded legions. Palpatine's resurrection was no accident. It was prepared across decades, inscribed into contingency protocols encoded by his most loyal agents. Gallius Rax had enacted part of that design, disrupting the remnants of the Empire, ensuring no heir could rise but the one preordained. Yet Rax was only a gatekeeper. The true continuity lay in Exegol's chambers, in the technology of Camino repurposed for resurrection. Cloning, however, was not enough. For a Sith Lord, essence transfer was more than memory. It was will, presence, hunger. The new body collapsed under the strain. Again and again, the alchemists failed. Only one vessel showed potential, a boy born from their attempts, but untouched by corruption. He was not cloned to rule, but to receive. The boy's name was Rey. She would be the Emperor's vessel, not by choice, by design. Elsewhere, agents of the Sith Eternal moved through the galaxy as shadows. They wore no armor. They issued no decrees. Their war was one of rumor and revival. Old symbols returned in the outer rim. Blades thought lost were found again, lit with red fire. Acolytes stirred unrest in fringe systems, toppling democratic regimes and installing cultic leaderships under false names. They whispered of a return, not to empire, but to order, one that would silence chaos forever. While the New Republic floundered in bureaucracy, unable to sense the growing wound, the Sith prepared. Their fleet expanded, docked within Exegol's atmosphere, powered by hyperfuel reactors drawn from collapsed stars. Crewmen were bred, not recruited. Clones engineered without identity, programmed for obedience. They did not sleep. They did not question. They existed only for a single purpose. When the dark spoke, they would unleash it. All of this remained unseen until Ben Solo fell. His transformation into Kylo Ren did not begin on Exegol. It began with doubt, seeded in childhood, watered by fear. But when he crossed into darkness, he became the bridge between the legacy of Vader and the plan of Sidious. He was not told the truth at once. Only that power awaited. Only that his destiny lay beyond the light. Snoke was the mask. A puppet given just enough autonomy to shape the boy into something useful. His strength, his pain, his fury, they were tested. When Kylo killed Snoke, he believed himself free. But Sidious had already returned. The game had only ever had one master. And so, the final order prepared to emerge. Far beneath the shifting clouds of Exegol, tomb vaults stirred with secret motion. Chambers, once dormant, now awakened in cycles set in motion decades prior. Silence, long weaponized by the Sith, gave way to low mechanical murmurs and hallowed chants from the last of the loyal. Their language, indecipherable to most, held the syntax of pain, of sacrifice, of power pulled from the spine of history. Across stone bridges suspended in void, robed acolytes moved as if born from shadow. Each carried components not of weaponry, but of legacy. Datacrons, kyber fragments, and ancient gene sequencers bound in Sith runes. Theirs was not a mere rebuilding. It was resurrection in the purest sense, curated under a vision twisted by centuries of doctrine. Palpatine's survival was not due to luck, nor mercy from the Force. The contingency had been planned long before Endor. His death, public and theatrical, had been the ignition key. The ashes of his body were meaningless. What mattered was encoded thought, preserved essence, and the infrastructure to reclaim it. Bodies could be regrown. Consciousness could return, if anchored. The Sith Eternal's laboratories, entombed in lightning-scarred stone, housed failed vessels, clones misshapen, unstable, unworthy. Each was a mirror cracked too early. Not all could withstand the torrent of dark knowledge, of memories spanning back to Naboo, Munilinst, even Plagueis. Each failure was a lesson, not a defeat. Their quiet disposal was ritualized, not mourned. Not all vessels were failures. One was formed to survive. Rey, by blood, carried the final synthesis, a vessel untouched by corruption, yet sculpted in proximity to darkness. Her very existence spoke of a plan refined through horror and artifice. She would not be possessed. She would be offered a throne. Exegol's atmosphere, heavy and dry as old bone, seemed to coil in anticipation. The final Order fleet rested in silence above, command crews grown and trained in secret, their loyalty programmed. The red armor of their stormtroopers shimmered like blood suspended in crystal. Ships as vast as cities awaited only one command: vengeance. No republic remained. The Jedi were whispers in the wind. The resistance flared, then flickered. All that had ever defied the Sith had been worn down not just by war, but by time, by hopelessness, by forgetting. It was not armies that the Sith defeated. It was memory. Sidious had learned the truth. Plagueis only dreamed of immortality through systems, not merely through flesh or force, but through redundancy, repetition, and reach. If one Sith died, the cult endured. If the cult fell, the blueprint waited in vaults. Ideas became viruses, and viruses did not need to breathe. Exegol offered no sun. Its illumination came from the storms above and the unnatural glow of its machinery. Inside its deepest sanctums, Sidious remained, decayed yet animated, with fingers that cracked like old wood, but moved with precision. He remembered every betrayal, every failure, every lie he crafted so convincingly they became reality. His voice, amplified through the Force, reached every ship in orbit. He spoke not in speeches, but in vocations. The fleet rose not to liberate, but to remind the galaxy who held the oldest truths. Each order given rewrote the sky. Each ignition of a reactor echoed the dark promise. The Sith had not returned. They had never left. As Rey approached him, the culmination of his long gamble came into focus. Not just lineage, not just power, but the ultimate act of dominion, to rule not by command, but by inheritance. If she struck him down, she would become him. His voice in her mind, eternal. If she refused, she would break, and still the throne would remain. But destiny did not follow maps. It shattered them. Rey chose not the blade, but defiance. Power surged not through rage, but sacrifice. In that final moment, the Sith legacy, so carefully constructed, cracked. Palpatine was undone, not by superior strength, but by a refusal to carry forward his design. Yet the throne still stands. Exegol remains hidden, its archives intact, its cult not entirely extinguished. Holocrons lie buried beneath layers of coded encryption, awaiting interpretation. Other names may rise, other heirs may return. The Sith do not need presence, they need only myth. Lightning continues to fall across the spire. Somewhere in the unknown, a whisper waits.